Thank you so much. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Moneycontrol Policy Next on India's G20 Presidency. Mr. Amitabh Kant is right here with us. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Kant for a fireside chat with my colleague, Ms. Shweta Punj.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kant, and a very warm welcome to all of you. I know it's been a very, very hectic morning for you and a hectic year. It's been a momentous year for India. When you look back, what would you say has been your most memorable and your most favorite thing that's emerged from this presidency?
Well, I won't say most memorable, but I would say the toughest moments are negotiating the leaders' declaration, because you have 20 G20 countries plus 9 invitee countries. All these countries are at different stages of their growth. They have different national circumstances. They negotiate every single word. So we start at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We end up at 2 p.m. in the night. Every word is fought for. And the challenge for a Sherpa is to tell them that look at where we'll take the world for, in the next 20, 25 years, and drive climate action, drive sustainable development goals, drive technological transformation. Keep the big picture in mind, but there are huge, huge challenges. So it's been a very, very tough year.
It's been a tough year. It's not only for us as a country, globally, because, there was a war going on. You have this whole China factor that's playing out. How did you manage in terms of just getting all stakeholders on board? And how confident are you that we will have some conclusions and some communique coming out of the meet that's scheduled for September 9th and 10th?
Yeah, so, the key is that, one is that India has done its presidency very differently. Unlike doing it in one city or two cities, we've taken it all over India. The Prime Minister's vision was that we should take it to all the states. We've done it in 60 cities of India. We've transformed these cities. Number two, we made it a people's presidency so that everybody participated in it in some manner or the other. The third is that our priorities are very important for the world. The fourth is that we've emerged as the voice of the Global South.
Right.
The Prime Minister started the G20 by holding a Voice of the Global South Summit. And throughout our discussions and our deliberations, the focus on the developing South has been very important, because 80% of the growth is coming from Global South. 2/3 of the growth is going to come from Global South in the next 2 decades. And therefore, resources should flow into Global South. So our focus has totally been on Global South.
So, Mr. Kant, I want to ask you, Make in India is big for us, Atmanirbhar Bharat is big for us, but we're also operating in a world that is looking inwards increasingly. There is rise of trade barriers, tariff barriers, and so on. So how does India as a country walk that tightrope walk? How do you do the balancing act between protecting your own interests and yet emerging as the voice of the Global South?
So, Shweta, this is a very interesting question, because if you look at it historically, after every pandemic, there is about 5 to 6 years of protectionism in the world. America is doing it, China is doing it, many other countries are doing it right now. I'm a great believer in free trade. I'm a great believer that free trade lifts people above the poverty line. India believes in free trade. In some of these areas, India has to fire on manufacturing, it has to fire on agriculture productivity, it has to fire on urbanization, and along with services. And therefore, when you focus on manufacturing, you'll have to adopt some policies where you can get the size and scale. That's how we brought in the production-linked incentive. So some policies so that manufacturing can take off to large-scale size and scale is necessary. That's how America is doing the Inflation Reduction Act right now. It's a highly protective policy. But overall, the policy of India is quite market-oriented. We are believers in free trade. We are pushing for free trade. In 1 or 2 areas where Make in India is important, we will push for schemes like production-linked incentive, so that, which is linked to production. which is only linked to production so that you can make large companies grow bigger and bigger and bigger.
So hardware, IT hardware prominently features in that list. Is that the reason why we've seen tariff barriers coming up on import of laptops and PCs?
So, in some areas, these issues are coming up. I think it's will be appropriate to understand the specifics of that, and that is that in its quest for becoming a manufacturing nation, the challenge is not about getting them from other parts of the world. Some of these constraints are coming in because technology, etc., requires to work with trustworthy partners. So the issue of trust comes in some of these areas, especially IT and hardware, and that is why in some areas, we have imposed some restrictions. It's for the government to decide and take them.
Sure. How close are we, in terms of deciding the key discussion points for the G20 meet that's happening in New Delhi on September 9th and 10th?
So we have been doing round-the-clock negotiations. Our key priorities are basically strong, sustainable, inclusive growth for the world, because 1/3 of the world is in recession. Germany has just gone into recession. Our priority is sustainable development goals, lifting people above the poverty line. Because of COVID, the world, instead of progressing, has regressed. We need to accelerate the pace of education, health, nutrition. Our priority is climate action and climate finance. Our priority is restructuring, redesigning multilateral institutions so that more resources can flow in for climate change and SDG. And our priority is women-led development in a very big way. That is PM's priority, that women's empowerment and gender equality is very critical to growth in the long run. Technological transformation and digital public infrastructure is again a big emphasis for us. How to use digital public infrastructure to provide identity to 4 billion people of the world, bank accounts to 3 billion people of the world, and fast payment to 133 countries of the world. The Indian model of DPI is ideally suited for that.
Right. I wanted to zoom out a little bit. Post this presidency, how do you see India standing in the world? And what is the new global order looking like?
So, post the presidency, two things will be very clear. One is that India will be a very, very key player as far as global growth is concerned, because we are the 5th largest economy. By 2027, we'll be the 3rd largest economy in the world. Number two, our voice will carry a lot of weight globally, because we've been able to bring agreement on a range of developmental ambitious issues for the world. Number three, our voice will be the voice of the global south. That is important. Fourthly, India will emerge as a major technological leader, driving both what you have seen during Chandrayaan, where India has emerged as a space leader, and through the digital public infrastructure. We are going to see growth for the next 3 decades of India's story.
That's very, very optimistic, and I love that view. In fact, at Moneycontrol, we've started a campaign called MC Bullish on India. My final question, I know you have to leave. I want you to just tell our audiences here on the sectors that you are personally bullish on, that you think will be driving India's growth.
Well, I've been a long-term believer that there's a paradigm shift taking place in the world. Firstly, all companies which are going digital in a big way, there's a digital transition taking place in the world in a very big way. Secondly, there's an energy transition taking place in the world. The world is moving from fossil fuel to cleaner forms of fuels like renewables and clean energy. Number three, I think it's very, very important to get into sunrise areas of growth. To my mind, the sunrise areas of growth are electric mobility, they are green hydrogen, they are all areas of digital transformation, and to my mind, battery storage will be a very key area in the years to come. I also feel that India will make a quantum jump in mobile telephony, manufacturing because of the policy framework. And therefore, I'm a great believer that these areas are important. But Indian banking is right now very, the twin balance sheet problem is being totally, done away with. India's banks have very good balance sheet. India's corporates have very good balance sheet. And I think what you will see now is the golden period of India's growth with more and more private sector investment coming in to drive India's growth trajectory in the coming years.
Okay, we do have 5 to 7 minutes, so I will continue asking my questions. Mr. Kant, you've written a wonderful book, Make in India, and you've been a big proponent of building domestic capacities. Also, India has been working on cutting red tape and making it easier to do business in India. As part of this G20 presidency, how higher up is this in the priority of India to actually simplify and incentivize businesses to come and set shop in India, especially when it comes to cutting the regulatory red tape?
So India has done a huge amount of transformation. It brought in the goods and services tax, replacing 28 different taxes and cesses. It has brought in the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code. It has brought in the Real Estate Regulation Act. It has brought down the corporate tax to international levels and redefined MSMEs, which was pending for about 30 years. So these are radical reforms. And India's, made massive changes in ease of doing business at the central level. It has done away with 1,500 laws. It has set the groundwork for big growth. The digitization and the reforms are huge in India, and that's why I'm very bullish on India. My belief is that this similar kind of reforms must be carried out by every single state of India. States have to emerge as a big driver of growth in the coming years. And if you have about 10 states growing at 10% plus, then India will grow at 10%. The second key challenge to my mind is that India cannot grow on one sector, that's services alone. India must become a manufacturing nation to create jobs. India's agriculture productivity must increase, and India must have sustainable urbanization, because we'll see a lot of people moving from rural areas to urban areas, and sustainable urbanization is very, very critical for India.
I want to talk to you about climate financing. That's my last question, I promise.
Yeah.
Climate financing. What is the sense that you've gotten when it comes to capacities and capabilities and interests within India and across the world in terms of funding sustainable businesses?
We have worked out that based on both the requirement of Global South, developing countries, emerging markets, the total requirement for SDGs and climate, which are both two sides of the same coin, is about 5 trillion. The world has enough resources. Total amount of investable surplus available in the world is 350 trillion. Pension funds, sovereign wealth funds themselves have about close to 150 trillion. So 350 trillion is available, 150 trillion with pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, etc. Now, you need that to flow to Global South. Global South has more risks, and therefore multilateral financial institutions should use their balance sheet to do indirect lending. They should do blended finance. They should do credit enhancement. They should do first loss guarantees, so that more and more resources flow to the Global South. That will be good for the world, because 80% growth is going to come from the Global South. There is young population in these countries. That is the future of the world.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kant. I know it's been a busy day. One life advice: how do you manage to be at so many places, in a day? How do you manage to do so much?
Sleep well and do exercise for 1 hour every day.
Do you do that?
Yeah, I do. 1.5 hours.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shweta and Mr. Kant. He could take out time from his hectic schedule because G20, a lot of G20 sessions are lined up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting lineup of sessions going ahead with different priorities that India has in G20. So please stay with us. We will now break for lunch and meet in about an hour's time. Thank you.
Such a wonderful audience. Request you to please join us for lunch.
To Moneycontrol, Policy Next, India's G20 Presidency, Associate Partners, Reliance Industries, IBM and Lufthansa. Before we begin again, I would like to request all of you to please keep sharing snippets and insights from the event with the hashtag MCPolicyNext. We are just days away from the final summit when New Delhi will go almost into a lockdown mode as it plays host to leaders from across the world. Over 100 G20 meetings have been already held in 40 cities across the country. At Moneycontrol, to celebrate and deliberate on India's G20 presidency, we have curated a series of discussions on different aspects of issues that are dominating the presidency. Let us first play an audio-visual on the India's G20 presidency.
In the journey towards self-reliance, India has blazed trails of progress, embracing challenges and shaping a future of promise. But the path ahead stretches far and wide, with aspirations yet to be fulfilled. As we stand on the cusp of transformation, the Moneycontrol Policy Next, India's G20 presidency, will take us deeper into India's boldest priorities. It will emerge as the forum for evaluation, a reflection on India's presidency. With notable thought leaders, experts and policymakers, we will be exploring growth opportunities with environmental guardianship, foster inclusivity with reforms of multilateral banks, devise ideas to merge innovation with accessibility by empowering citizens through the digital revolution. So let's unite to explore avenues to amplify India's voice and stride towards self-reliant, prosperous future. Moneycontrol, Policy Next, India's G20 presidency.
I know it is post-lunch for all of you, but I'm sure the interesting topics and the scintillating discussions we have lined up ahead for you will keep you engrossed. Over the next course of sessions, we will be hearing from key stakeholders and observers on issues which India has placed at the top of its agenda, including climate financing, crypto landscape, digital public infrastructure, trade talks, and so on. Eminent leaders and dignitaries will share their thoughts on these clearly defined biggest priorities that are crucial for India. All in all, these sessions will evaluate India's presidency at the G20 and the road ahead. Let's begin with the first panel discussion. The pandemic exposed fault lines in global supply chains and highlighted the reliance on a few countries. The reaction, including India's, has been to boost domestic production capabilities. There is too much to be done in trade. Though much has been done, much still remains. Let's find out in the panel discussion to be moderated by Network 18's consulting editor, Gaurav Chaudhary.
Thank you so much. A very warm welcome and a very good afternoon for this post-lunch session. It's a special session as we talk about on trade talks and unlocking a deglobalized world. There has been a lot of talk about deglobalization, or more accurately, slowing down of globalization. Globalization, as it is now often described, is actually slowly turning its tide towards deglobalization. This has been accelerated over the last couple of years, particularly because of the supply disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical events like the Russia-Ukraine war, and also concerns in domestic economies, particularly the US, because of fears of job loss due to low-wage competitors. But what the facts actually are, what are the facts, and exactly what are driving these? To talk about all of these and much more, we have a stellar panel of experts who know what's happening on the high seas of global trade, commerce, technology, and geostrategy like the back of their palms. It is my privilege to welcome Abhijit Das, former head, Center of WTO Studies, IIFT. Richard McCallum, CEO, UKIBC. Somnath Mukherjee, Managing Partner and CIO, ASK Advisors. and Jason Oxman, CEO and President, ITI Council. A very warm welcome, gentlemen, and we are meeting at a time when, just a couple of days before the G20 meeting actually gets going here in India. And trade, obviously, we know is the engine of global growth, but we are talking about something that is actually turning the clock in the opposite direction, which is deglobalization. Abhijit, does first to you. What's your view about deglobalization as it stands in the current, in the current days and in the current years? Is it actually turning the clock back? Because what it does, if deglobalization rapidly gathers pace, it carries the risk of negating all gains from international trade.
At the outset, I'm grateful to Moneycontrol and other organizers for organizing this event and inviting me to share some thoughts. Thank you, Gaurav, for the question. Now, what we are seeing today is not something very new. Those of us who have a bit of a longer memory about globalization, I would take you back to 1980s. Some of the churning, some of the storms that we are seeing, we've been there before. 1980s was a time when Japan was slowly ascending, United States felt threatened, and then there were talks about deglobalization during those days as well. And what we are seeing today is almost a repeat of history. This, to my mind, is a temporary phase. Once the equations between United States and China come to some sort of an equilibrium, when that will happen, that's an open question. But once we reach some sort of an equilibrium, the storms that we are seeing today are likely to abate.
Well, we'll all hope so, that it's likely to abate very sooner rather than later. But Richard, a question to you, a lot of, inter-country cooperation, particularly in the context of global trade, is a complex space. It's akin to our hand of a clock, where you rarely see moving. And it's also about protecting domestic interests. Where do you see, how do you situate the rising tide towards deglobalization when there's also a lot of emphasis on striking bilateral and multilateral trade deals?
Thank you, Gaurav, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's a real pleasure. Obviously, business today has to operate within a context of increased global neo-mercantilism, protectionism. And you can understand the context there because of the disruption from COVID, the disruption to supply chains, the precarious geopolitical context which threatens to significantly disrupt trade. But at the same time, I think it is not incompatible that you can have domestic GDP growth with more focus on self-reliance. So, for example, I do a lot of work in the defense sector, and in the defense sector, obviously, India has restricted the import of a number of capability areas in order to build up its domestic manufacturing. And actually, UK business understands that and is supportive of it because we have technology which can help domestic manufacturing to grow. So I think it's important to look at it in that context and not, to look at this as, particularly from my perspective, UK-India, as a strategic partnership, not just what you put in boxes and ship across the sea.
Abhijit, the question here is about the rising dominance, and that's a lingering question that dominates global trade discussions, is also about the dominance that the dollar wields on global trade. And over the last couple of years, particularly over the last decade or so, we have seen that there's a slow but sure, there's a sure move towards de-dollarization. Just take the case of India, for instance. 86% of our imports are invoiced in dollars. We import 16% from China. All of that is invoiced in dollars. Obviously, international of the rupee is something that the government and the RBI has laid a lot of emphasis on. But do you think de-dollarization is something that the world can achieve with the US contributing about 25% of the GDP?
Yeah, thanks, Aurav. First of all, the name Somnath, not Abhijit. But thanks for inviting me over. About the dollar and the de-dollarization conversation, and that's got fresh boost post the expansion of BRICS yesterday. I think a lot of it is just sound and fury and very little light. There is no alternative to the dollar, as we know. Dollar remains the primary currency for trade, finance, and global transactions, and in the foreseeable future will remain the primary currency. And the reason for that is not US Navy. The reason for that is not the fact that the Saudis decided to invoice their oil in dollars and famously known as petrodollars. The reason for that is that the United States is not only the largest economy in the world by a very long mile, 25% of GDP as you mentioned, it is also the largest financial system by a much bigger mile, and runs a monetary policy that gives up significant amounts of central bank monetary policy freedom that no other central bank will even dare to give up. So till that architecture is in place, de-dollarization will sound good in conferences like these and some other conferences with political undertones as well. But in brass tacks terms, it's a no-show.
But don't you think that India, through bilateral deals, we've recently seen in July, Bangladesh and India have started trading in the Bangladeshi taka and the Indian rupee. India has already struck a deal with the UAE, the RBI and the Central Bank of the UAE. That's probably an addendum to the India-UAE SEPA. Many such deals are in the works. One with Indonesia, we know that in the recent meeting, in the G20 meeting in Gandhinagar, that came up very, very strongly. Do you think that is a way out to actually lower the dependence on dollars, Somnath?
Interesting you brought up the example of the India-UAE trade, which is the most recent one to be invoiced in rupees. Now the UAE dirham is pegged. Guess what it's pegged with? It's pegged with the dollar. So essentially, barring the optics and some very minor, to be honest, transaction costs, which also I am extremely, as a banker, skeptical about in terms of any reduction of transaction cost, it actually does zilch to the dominance or the preeminence of US dollar as a currency for intermediation. It remains the US dollar. You call it something else, it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's likely to be a duck.
That's right. Jason, what's your view about India's arrived on the global table of high technology. UPI probably is going to go down in history as India's biggest fintech exports. Do you think India's time as a potential source for technology exports has come?
India is now. The time for India is now. What an exciting time to be an Indian and an exciting time to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. The digitization story of India is nothing short of miraculous. The way in which the Modi administration has focused on bringing hundreds of millions of Indian citizens onto the digital economy is going to power India toward that goal of being a $1 trillion economy and being the third largest economy in the world. India this year became not only the largest democracy in the world, but the largest country in the world. So the opportunity here is absolutely limitless. And the way in which the administration is focused on technology and innovation, not only in digitization of the economy, but also in focusing on physical manufacturing of goods, will also help power the digital economy. You mentioned DPI and the UPI protocol that has given hundreds of millions of Indian citizens access to financial services who never had it before. What a great way to lift people up by giving them access to banking and lending capabilities, allowing them to develop small businesses, become entrepreneurs. That is enormously important. I think that connectivity will have spillover benefits in other areas as well. Education, workforce development, access to healthcare. So this is certainly a moment in time where India's focus on technology and innovation will bring that economy ever closer to that $1 trillion goal. And we also see, particularly during the B20 and the G20, a focus on India's partners around the world in that effort. Supply chains, as you mentioned in your opening remark, are global, and they're also fragile. So we need to make sure that we develop robust and secure supply chains across nations that are like-minded in their focus, and ensure that those supply chains are resilient enough to withstand the next global pandemic, whatever form it takes. And then finally, I think the thing that's so exciting about India's efforts here is the effort to export the lessons learned and the technologies developed here. The Prime Minister has talked a lot about how he wants a vision for DPI and UPI to be exported around the world and to give other countries and other companies the opportunity to participate in that global economic development that digitization makes possible. That's exciting too.
Absolutely. Abhijit, you know, India has set a very ambitious merchandise export target, which will probably, you're looking at trebling that from the current levels by the end of this decade, 2030. But the road to that target will have to go through the hinterland. Do you think we have the right, the policies in place, the right conditions in place to create new slivers of manufacturing hubs much beyond the glitzy metros?
Gaurav, I'm delighted that you hit the nail on the head. The road to expanding or reaching our very ambitious export target is actually through the hinterland. And at this juncture, what really constrains our export efforts are the infrastructural deficiencies, logistics costs, so on and so forth, which really make our exports not very competitive in the global market, which prevent the lead firms in global supply chains from linking with Indian vendors. The government is very cognizant of these constraints, and some of the initiatives aimed at enhancing the domestic infrastructure, particularly in the hinterland, have already started showing results. And it's a matter of time, when I say matter of time, maybe next 4 or 5 years, when we will see many of these ambitious infrastructure projects coming to fruition. And that will be the time when we will see Indian exports really surge. And to my mind, the surge which we will see at that juncture will be much more than what we might see through market access that we might get through our free trade agreement negotiations.
Absolutely. Richard, to that point, actually, we are negotiating a lot of free trade agreements with several countries. One of them, obviously, is with the UK. Is there a possibility, and since you represent industries from both the sides, both the countries, is there a possibility that we are looking at the Diwali signing of the India-UK FTA?
Thank you for the question. Look, when the 5th and 6th largest economies in the world do a trade deal, it's important to get that deal right. So I know that everyone is working very hard on the deal. I know there's a lot of political will behind the deal. Our members are cautiously hopeful that we will get there. I think there is a landing point. I don't know when it is. Sensibly, no one's making any arbitrary comments on timing on this. But our members certainly want to see it happen. And I think, irrespective of the important content of this deal, it's the start of something for us. It's the start of a process, not the culmination of a process. It's the start of a renewed UK-India relationship and something to build on.
That's right. Somnath, I come back to you again on the question of, on currency. And every time there's a volatility in the dollar, we end up importing inflation. It knocks up prices here. It knocks up the prices of petrol and diesel. If the landed volume of petrol or crude oil exports have gone up by 9%, the landed cost has gone up by 21% last year compared to the previous year. And that's primarily because of the dollar volatility. How do we get around this?
I don't think we need to be terribly concerned about currency volatility. That's part of the game. And if you see over longer periods of time, 4, 5, 6 years, the theoretical interest parity principle works pretty much okay. The depreciation in the Indian currency is roughly similar to the difference in inflation between the US and India. Something that most commercial organizations, financial institutions are fairly used to, and there are very, very well developed tools to hedge against that. So it's not something that we need to be terribly bothered about. RBI does a fantastic job in terms of managing macro stability. So what is required is preservation of macro stability and ensuring that the currency reaches its true value without very sharp spikes in volatility. And that's something that RBI does a fantastic job of. We don't need to be overly bothered about depreciation of the rupee. That's natural, that will happen, and there's nothing that we can either do or be worried about in that context. Just one point on free trade that you mentioned. I think the reason why we see such a recalcitrance amongst Indian negotiators to conclude free trade agreements is twofold. One, the previous FTAs have all been largely import positive for India, which is we've ended up importing a lot more than we've managed to export. So market access has worked one way. And second, and that's the fundamental problem, most of the FTAs, especially with the developed world, the Western world, are about market access to India. So they are okay to exploit the comparative advantage of capital that they have, but they are unwilling to give us the comparative advantage of labor that we have. So labor access is not in the question or on the table, and hence we are also rather recalcitrant in concluding these FTAs. And I think it's okay. I don't think we need to be overly bothered on how many FTAs we sign. There are many other things to be done, and those probably have a lot bigger bang for the buck.
Jason, we are having this discussion about deglobalization. Essentially, countries are probably protecting their own turfs because of, as we said, supply chain disruptions that has been caused by exogenous factors like the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, and also various other factors at play. But the same causes also actually reinforces the argument for more collaboration, for more globalization. How do we reconcile both the sides?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, global supply chains are behind all of the solutions to the questions you raise, which are all very important questions. And I think the approach that government of India is taking is the right approach, and it has a number of prongs to it that I think are underway but making very good progress. So let's talk, for example, about the PLI program, which is very focused on ensuring manufacturing takes place here in India. It's a program that's been very successful in the mobile phone marketplace, where Apple is now making iPhones for the India market here in India. Samsung is making mobile devices here in India. Now we look to expand that into broader categories like manufacturing of laptops and PCs and servers. We also look to expand it into semiconductor manufacturing programs to advance construction of fabs here in India. So the physical manufacturing taking place here in India, while recognizing that supply chains are global, will, I think, help address these concerns that may arise again. I think a second area is looking very closely at digitization and data flows. The recently concluded data protection law, just enacted and into effect last week, is a remarkable achievement by the government of India because it includes the free flow of data across borders, allowing establishment of data centers and data facilities and businesses to grow their international data businesses here in India. So on both the digital side and the physical side, if you will, of technology innovation, programs are helping to develop that economy here in India in a way that establishes secure supply chains. And to this point about reluctance to enter into free trade agreements, which I would say is certainly the case in the United States as well right now, the current administration having concluded exactly 0 free trade agreements, it is important to look to other programs and other opportunities and other frameworks to ensure multilateral arrangements that allow economic development whilst also taking advantage of opportunities for reaching global markets.
Abhijit, there was this point raised that about movement of labor has not been as efficient and effective as the movement of capital and products into it. So we ended up being net importers from the FTAs that we signed instead of being net exporters of talent and capital. That's part of Mode 4 of the WTO agreement. But my question is a lot broader one, is when you have bilateral deals or multilateral deals within regions and countries coming about, what role does it bring in for WTO? Because the WTO was supposed to be the global trading corp. Has it failed on that responsibility?
Very interesting question, Gaurav. WTO agreement itself has an inbuilt provision which allows countries to get into these bilateral free trade agreements. And this provision goes back to the good old GATT days. The perception was that free trade agreements or bilateral deals would be a stepping stone towards greater trade liberalization. So to that extent, there is really no contradiction between what these free trade agreements intend to do and what WTO envisages. The problem which really is now afflicting free trade agreements, Somnath alluded to some of those problems, is the fact that these free trade agreements are no longer exclusively about trade. They are about many more other aspects: labor, environment, gender, regulatory environment, etc., etc. And those, if we are not very careful, can have a very debilitating impact on our own development prospects. So, and the attempt which is really already underway is to negotiate provisions around these agreements in free trade agreements and thereafter inject it or transplant it into the WTO. To my mind, that will be a very, very problematic moment. And if that happens, then the development dimension of WTO will be almost obliterated.
But we have a situation where, two of the world's biggest economies, the US and the China, fighting over various trade-related issues, and the WTO, despite being the global trade police, standing as a mute spectator. Where does WTO stand in this kind of a situation?
The interesting thing is, at the WTO, with the exception of one or two issues, partly related to agriculture and partly related to state-owned enterprises, my perspective is that the interests of United States and China are amazingly aligned at the WTO. Neither of the two countries would like a collapse of this institution. This has served their economic interests very well. You're very correct that at this juncture, the appellate body of the WTO, which was something like an umpire between disputing countries, that has been rendered dysfunctional by the United States. But the objective there is to come to a world which is not rule-based but power-dominated. Yeah. And that is something which suits the United States at this juncture. But at some point in time, even China can take advantage of that. So that is a bit of an uncharted territory, no doubt. But at the end of the day, it suits neither China nor US to weaken the WTO.
That's right. Richard, bilateral trade or inter-country trade and also trade agreements has a lot to do with, and it takes, the negotiations are protracted also because it's about protecting your domestic interests. For India, it is about giving access to its millions of artisans and craftsmen, access to the global market. But at the same time, we need to protect jobs too. We have had a situation when Air India's Airbus deal is creating millions of jobs, or thousands of jobs in the UK. Now, in such a situation, when there are pulls and pressures from both sides, and India has become the 5th largest economy, but there are also significant social equity issues, economic equity issues that India has to resolve. When you have to protect domestic interests, or at the same time also give access to the global market to Indian artisans, how do you go about achieving this?
Thanks, Gaurav. So, obviously, countries are going to focus on the growth of their domestic economy and development of their domestic industries. I gave the example earlier of defense, where it's a natural progression. I think the important thing here is to look beyond, to think of trade as in a more holistic sense. So we think of it as, for example, collaboration opportunities between academia in the UK and industry in India. That's a win-win. It's still a form of collaboration and trade which benefits both sides, but it allows one side to help grow its domestic economy and the other side to benefit from something that it does very well. I have a good example of this. I was in Lucknow 2 weeks ago, and I went to a factory there, and they make titanium castings, and they use the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre in the UK, in Sheffield, to refine the process of their manufacture and improve the product. They then get shipped to the UK, where they find a place in engines and pumps, and then they're sold around the world. So I think this can be seen in a more collaborative sense than just sort of the question of protecting industry, and you see what I mean?
Absolutely. Somnath, you know, merchandise exports is something that successive governments have focused on, and this government has laid a lot of emphasis on, you know, boosting merchandise exports. But do you think, realistically speaking, India's services exports, software services, excluding software services, can actually match merchandise exports in the foreseeable future?
I think that process is already on. I won't be surprised if services exports equal merchandise exports in the next 4 or 5 years. A lot of the new traction is coming out of global delivery centers or global software services centers of multinationals setting up shops in India, as opposed to outsourcing them to Indian IT services firms. So I think services is certainly a sweet spot, and it comprises of two things. One, the faster growth in services, and the second is a lot more constrained environment for merchandise exports. Now, Abhijit mentioned some of the infrastructural issues around India's merchandise exports, but the biggest of them all is neither infrastructure nor necessarily free trade agreements. The biggest issue is a global overcapacity in a range of merchandise products, especially the Chinese overcapacity. So whatever product line you select, product line by product line, China has by far the largest capacity that its own domestic economy can not absorb, not when it's growing now at 2 or 3%. And therefore, for every price line, there is a Chinese exporter who can undercut by 10, 20, 30% without, you know, too much of a problem. And that is the biggest constraint to India's merchandise export growth. The flip side, or the positive point of that, is the entire China plus one, or, you know, optimization as opposed to redundancy principles in global trade. So India's got that window. But remember, commercial organizations, they deal with it on a quarter by quarter, year by year basis. When costs are under pressure, then the first instinct is to go to the guy who will give you a 10% discount. So therefore, putting both of these together, I won't be surprised if India's services exports touch India's merchandise exports in the next 4 or 5 years.
But do you think India has the price competitiveness in the services sector in a manner similar to the fact that India can actually undercut prices in the way China does for manufactured products?
In services, in a range of services, it's not just about cost, and India is fairly cost competitive and also one of the few countries which can offer scale. Look at competitors, the potential competitors of India in the services space. Philippines. How many people, if you set up a global delivery center, how many people do you think you can hire in a GDC based out of Manila? Or Indonesia, or Malaysia, take your pick. So India can offer scale, and we are reasonably cost competitive. But more than that, India is in a range of services, is actually world class. For example, India's financial services, and Jason mentioned some of the payment infrastructure. If you look at India's financial services, we've been world class for a very long time. The Americans didn't have 100% online trading till very recently. New York Stock Exchange used to have a flow-based trading system till a few years back. We introduced that in 1993 or 95 when NSE came on stream. So our financial services are world-class, our technology services are world-class, some of our design services again are world-class. So we are not just cost competitive and scalable, we are also world-class in that area. So we can command a premium.
Yes, sir. Jason, you talked about data, and you talked about the data privacy law and the advantages that it brings about. But there's also a data war, the risks of data war that is building up, and whoever controls data will probably end up controlling global trade. What's your view on that?
I think data is the new oil is something that some have said, and I think that's absolutely true, particularly when we talk about digital services. And I think the point about what India has to offer as part of its export economy, services are an enormous part of that, and data makes up an enormous part of that services industry. I'll give you one example of where it's happening better here, and the export of this kind of thing could be beneficial to the Indian economy. If I wanted to apply for a passport in the United States right now, the wait time is 14 weeks. If I want to apply for a passport right now in India, it might take 2 days. And the reason for that is TCS, a great services company, technology company, round of applause for TCS, has developed an infrastructure here, a data infrastructure, a services infrastructure that's more robust, more technologically efficient, and more productive than what the US uses. That's a great example of the kind of service and technology that can be exported around the world very successfully, but it requires the flow of data. And it requires the flow of data across border, which is why we were so pleased that the data protection law enacted last week allows the free flow of data across borders. Because I do think there's this tendency to view the innovation economy as physical on one side and digital on the other. And the examples of where they come together require that flow of data and create enormous opportunity for India. So in the semiconductor arena, for example, India wants to see the construction of semiconductor fabs here. That's happening, and that's very important. But equally important, if not more important to the process, is the design of semiconductors, the innovation that goes into the testing and certification of semiconductors, the research and development of new semiconductor technology. Again, all digital ecosystem services and products and technologies and know-how that require the flow of data and that are going to be important to digital growth. Final question to all of you, the same question. What is it one thing that you'd like India to change to ease the flow of trade and become a more stronger, robust player in the global trade landscape?
More robust internal accountability systems and less of red tape.
Do you think red tape exists even after digitization to an enormous scale?
It does exist even now, and we can do with trimming of flab quite a bit even at this juncture.
Richard, what is one thing that you'd like India to change?
I'm going to flip it on its head, actually. I think India is doing all the right things at the moment. And the progress that the government of India has made in terms of its ease of doing business reforms, in terms of its operating environment here, its trade policy, I think is right. And what we need to do is to update people's thinking overseas about the progress that India is making. I've been living here for 18 years, and it's remarkable when I go back to the UK how little people understand the incredible development that's happening in India right now. I'm talking about the amazing roads and the amazing airports and the world-class digital public infrastructure. People don't fully understand how relevant, how important India is and will become, and need to embrace that, I think, and trade's part of it.
Somnath?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we need to embrace, and some of it is happening and some of it is work in progress, is for policymakers to bring in a trader's mindset in striking deals and making policy. The whole of East Asia grew by, one can say, one major decision that, collectively they ended up taking, which is to swap political allegiance for market access in the 1960s. So that was a great trade, and we saw the tiger economies of East Asia, followed by China, benefit enormously from that. India should be doing a lot more of that. Now, the world is a lot more complicated than it was 50 years back, so we need to be a lot more nimble, fleet-footed, and strike deals where they are necessary. If required, strike deals with the devil, and that's fine. As long as it results in greater prosperity for us, for Indians, it doesn't matter how it looks optically.
But do you think decision-making is faster in India compared to before? And do you think, because of the system that exists in India, decision-making can also be a constraint in terms of time?
No, I think in some parts of the policy-making chain, decision-making is certainly a lot faster. Certainly financial services, where I come from, the responsiveness of regulators, of policymakers have gone up significantly. Maybe not true for all parts of the government, but in certain parts we've become a lot more nimble and responsive to feedback and corrections. And we see a great example in terms of how the government is tweaking PLI continuously. They get feedback, they change, they get feedback again, they change again. That's the way to do it. To be absolutely trading oriented, live day to day, month on month, and ensure that every small benefit is accrued to us.
But you're okay with the enforcement of contracts record in India?
See, that I think requires a much larger change in terms of both legal construct as well as legal infrastructure. It's a bit of a shame that bulk of cross-border transactions that happen in India tend to have Singapore as the arbitration center rather than India being an arbitration center. But that will take a much longer time, and somebody should start. But is it the most important thing holding us back? I think there are lower hanging fruits than that.
Jason, what is one thing that you'd like India to change to make it far more efficient than it is now?
I think government of India has really embraced the need to take a whole of government approach to these kind of innovation and technology issues that we've been talking about. There are a lot of different ministries that touch on these issues. This week while I've been here, I've met with the Department of Telecommunications and NITI and TRI and DPIIT and other offices, all of which touch on the same kind of issues that we've been talking about to promote innovation. I think a whole of government approach needs to look at regulation and the regulatory regime in a way that reduces barriers to entry for manufacturing. For example, testing and certification of things that are manufactured in India should adopt international standards to make sure that manufacturing in India can produce devices that are exported to the rest of the region. So we need to work on that. So I think embracing a whole of government approach to reduce regulation. Cybersecurity is another area. We have a new cybersecurity director here in India. The Lieutenant General is a wonderful leader and is taking a whole of government approach to cybersecurity regulation. Those kind of things I think are enormously important. So embracing whole of government, looking for opportunities to reduce regulatory barriers to market entry and to export, and recognizing the importance of those global supply chains. Even manufacturing in India requires components and parts to come from outside of India to be assembled here. So we need to recognize those global supply chains as part of that regulatory analysis.
But do you think India is getting there in terms of infrastructure, in terms of factory to port kind of a turnaround time on a global standard?
Yes, I do. I'm optimistic about it, and the conversations that I've had this week, every time I return to India, the conversations get more in depth about the changes that are necessary to the regulatory regime. And a lot of it, if you talk about telecom regulation, the active legislation, there's discussion right now about a new Telecommunications Act. It would replace an act that's called the Telegraph Act, if that tells you how long it's been since the regulations have been updated here in India. Not a lot of manufacturing of telegraph equipment happening today. So I think there are opportunities. I do feel optimistic about it. I think global standards, particularly in manufacturing, can go a long way toward making India a manufacturing hub for the region and for the world.
But when do you think, realistically speaking, India can actually occupy a dominant position as a global manufacturing hotspot? Because here we're talking about replacing China or even standing shoulder to shoulder with China. That's not going to be easy, isn't it?
Right. Well, I think there is almost unanimity around the world that finding a replacement for China for manufacturing is an important prerogative, an important priority. I think we're in the process of getting there. There are some things that will be manufactured in China for a very long time, and that's okay. But for those countries like India, like the United States, like the EU, that have recognized that it is a national security prerogative, not just an economic issue, but a national security issue to move manufacturing to countries like India, I think that will go a long way toward encouraging manufacturing to happen here. I think we're getting there. I think we have a lot of work to do, but I think we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you so much, Abhijit Das, Richard McCallum, Somnath Mukherjee, and Jason Oxman for taking the time out and dropping by to have this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you and the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav, and all the panelists for that very insightful discussion. A big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And rightly said, that in these times, FTAs are definitely not restricted only to labor, only to the trade, but definitely includes labor, environment, and a host of other things. Thank you very much for that discussion. Moving on, our next panel will deliberate on why municipal financing and upgrading aging infrastructure in existing cities should not be underscored. Why it is important to develop cities that are not just inclusive, but also useful to live in. Because it is first life, then spaces, and then buildings. The other way around never works. I would like to invite Moneycontrol Associate Editor Vandana Ramnani, who will moderate this next session. Should I go in? Huh? Hello, 1, 2, 3. Mother. Sorry. You sit here. Sit here. Hi. Arjun. Welcome to Moneycontrol's session on building cities of tomorrow, sustainable urban renewal and climate financing. With me today are Chandra Bhushan, who is CEO IIFT International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology. He's an urban planner. And I have with me Madhav Raman, who is principal and co-founder at Angraman Architects, and I have with me Arjun Dutt, who's a senior program lead at Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and I have with me Neha Kumar, who is the head at South Asia Program Climate Bonds Initiative. Yeah? So we're going to discuss this topic on building cities of tomorrow, sustainable urban renewal and climate financing. Now, as you all know, cities face unprecedented challenges, including the increasing risks of climate change and environmental disasters such as urban flooding. And 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions emanate from cities due to high levels of economic activity, making them major contributors of climate change. And this year's budget in particular had looked at making cities self-reliant and incentivizing cities to improve their creditworthiness for municipal bonds as well as property tax governance reforms, right? Now, it is also projected that by 2036, 40% of India's population will be residing in urban cities. And this will add further strain on the already limited urban infrastructure and services, with an increased need for clean drinking water, dependable power supply, safe and efficient road transfer, and other essential services. And also 75% of this funding for city infrastructure comes primarily from state governments, and urban local bodies contribute about 15%, whereas private finance contributes a meager 5%. So my first question to all of you is, how do we meet the shortfall of this funding? Now, how will private funding be encouraged? What steps have been taken so far in terms of raising private funding, and what more needs to be done in this direction? Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting me. I think it is, first of all, I'll just pick up from a comment that you gave, that 40% of India is going to live in cities in 2040, something like that. It depends on how you define a city. Our current definition of city is that if you have 5,000 people and population density is 400% per square kilometer,
Right.
and 75% of people are in non-agricultural activity, then you call that area as an urban area.
Right.
Now, I have never understood the reason of defining an urban area based on economic activity. You could have a city where 50% people are engaged in farming, but still it is an urban area. Now, if you remove that component of economic activity, then 65% of India is already urban. And, you know, the number of studies that has happened, which essentially says that just change the definition and you will have to have close to 15,000 urban local bodies in India.
Okay.
Right now we have about 4,000, 5,000 urban local bodies. So one, I think fundamentally, the problem of urbanization in India is also a problem of defining what is urban, what is non-urban. The second part, which is important and related to this, is now more people live outside the municipal boundary than within the municipal boundary. Now look at Bengaluru, or for example the city of Delhi. The peri-urban population has ballooned over the last 30, 40 years.
That's right.
So while the entire focus is on what we do within the urban municipal boundaries, the fact is peri-urban areas are in real trouble right now. They don't have basic infrastructure. We keep building, housing and providing marketplaces in peri-urban area. But the fact is the connection between peri-urban area and urban area is not understood. So I believe money is important, but we need to get some of the basics right in our urban planning and urban development, which we are not doing. And the classic case is urban governance. We are sitting in a city where no one knows who is responsible for what. And I'll give you an example of urban drains. There are 16 agencies in Delhi who own urban drains. So there's no one agency which is responsible. When this flood happened, the question was, who is responsible for making sure that the drains are cleaned? And there are 16 agencies. 10 of them are with the state government, 5 of them are with a central government, and 1 is with army, cantonment area. They also own your drains. So my first intervention will be, there is more to urban problem and building city of the future than only investment. I think investment is important, but for India, getting the basics right, I believe is far more important.
Now, coming to you, Arjun, I mean, can you tell us, the avenues which are currently available for private funding to come in for, this basic infrastructure development, and also why would a private fund want to invest if, the infrastructure that needs to be developed is not commercially viable?
Right. No, that's a very pertinent question. And let me start with a bit of context. So as you pointed out in your remarks, when we're talking about urban infrastructure, you're really talking about projects that are quite heterogeneous across segments like energy, energy efficiency, transport, water, sanitation, right? Now, all of these, depending on the activity, the city in which they're located, are actually characterized by different levels of commercial viability.
Right.
And because of that, private investment, depending on the level of viability, which is determined by the underlying business model as well as the extent to which user fees are market reflective, private interest can vary. Now, if I were to look at private investment, broadly it can take the form of either direct participation in projects or, let's say, investment in capital raising activities of public sector actors. So let's sort of take these one at a time. If I were to look at areas where private capital would be comfortable directly investing, those would be those projects or activities where there's a clear business case or almost commercially viable business case. Some examples of these are private sector discoms or private discoms in large cities. For example, Adani Electricity Mumbai Limited is one of the most profitable discoms in the country. Similarly, very recently, another Adani company, Adani Energy Solutions Limited, secured 1 billion in financing to build an HVDC transmission network to help the DISCOM actually procure the renewable power. So these are examples of commercially viable, urban infrastructure where money would readily flow. Then there are some areas where viability is almost established, and even this is of interest to private investors. Consider the auctions of electric buses by CESL. We've seen a lot of interest by private sector participants. There have been some concerns about the viability of tariffs discovered in the latest rounds, but generally it's an area where, money flows readily. But what can be done to increase viability further? Let's take this as a case in point. One of these is to use blended finance instruments such as guarantees to address specific concerns of investors. In this case, the creditworthiness of state transport corporations is a particular, issue that concerns investors. So, for example, a blended finance solution or a guarantee funded by public money that can be domestic or international that can help allay this concern for investors can help crowd in more capital. Other solutions that have been deployed internationally are the utilization of carbon credits to help, generate alternative revenue streams and thereby increase the viability of the project and therefore making it more attractive to investors. A recent case in point is the, the collaboration between Switzerland and Thailand with regards to the privately operated electric buses that are plying on public sector bus routes in Bangkok. Now, under this collaboration, under Article 6.2, the Swiss government has committed to buying around 500,000 carbon credits by 2030. Now, what this will do is it will generate additional revenues that will bridge the gap between the total cost of ownership of diesel buses and electric buses, and thereby allow Bangkok to have ticket prices for buses stay at the same level, even after electrification. So these are some innovative ways in which the viability can be improved and public capital can be attracted. Now, having said that, not all segments meet the criteria of viable or nearly viable commercially. And also some sectors like water and sanitation, right? They are important public goods, and if private players were to provide these services, you could have the challenge of poor sections of society that are not able to pay market-reflective user charges being excluded from access to these services. Okay. So it's actually desirable for such kinds of services and infrastructure that public bodies invest. And in these cases, that public investment can be at the central level, state level, municipal level, or even international public capital through various ways. And in this case, how can private capital participate? They can invest in the bond issuances that are issued, municipal level, central level, depending on, the issues that are of interest, depending on viability and other considerations. And that is how private capital can also play a role in enabling these public actors to provide these services.
Arjun, now that you mentioned this, what about cases such as, sewage treatment plants? Now, sewage treatment plant, if the private funding were to come in, I mean, if these guys were not given commercial rates, why would anybody want to set up a sewage treatment plant? But it's an important service nevertheless. What happens in such a case?
Right, so like I just mentioned, that in terms of areas where if you provide, if the private sector were to provide, it will not have the right kind of service levels, especially for marginalized sections of the population. It is incumbent on the municipalities or the other levels of government to provide. Municipalities can provide this if, for example, they have the right kind of budget surpluses that enables them to, if they were to go to the bond market, achieve a kind of credit rating that would make it attractive for investors. So, for example, we've seen the likes of Indore and Ghaziabad raise green bonds. And when you say sewage treatment or water management, such kinds of, issuances can conceivably come under the ambit of green bonds. And that is why it becomes, a good avenue to channel capital. So, of course, that depends on the municipality. If they have the the credit rating to access the bond market, otherwise, there are other ways. Maybe there can be a sovereign green bond rating that can help channel capital from the center towards municipalities. And there are other ways. But of course, ultimately, in order for municipalities, as Chandrabhushan also said, that we're going to have so many municipalities in India in the future, at the same time, it's incumbent for municipalities to develop roadmaps towards more balanced budgets that can enable them to be more independent in the long term in terms of capital raising. But of course, in the short and medium term, there are various options for funding those kinds of projects as well.
Neha, coming to you, can you tell us something about the credit worthiness of cities? How can that be established, and which cities are, better placed to raise these private finances, and how?
So thank you for that question, but I'll also, before answering that question, I'll also take the liberty of saying something and joining the dots between what CB said and what Arjun said. I think fundamentally there are a couple of things that one has to look at when you're talking about raising financial resources, more and more the need of more private capital to come in. I think structurally cities in India are simply not empowered to raise that kind of financial finances. They are not fiscally autonomous units. They depend upon states and grant. They depend upon, and they're also not, they don't come to the market that often. So their own governance and the kind of scrutiny that actually market borrowing exposes them to, it is not something that they are naturally attuned to or even capacitate. Their capacities are completely lacking. When I say completely, largely lacking in most of the cities. At the same time, before we started this discussion, somebody was saying that, the anchor was saying that the cities have to begin from live spaces and buildings. So I think joining from what she said, what CP said is that there are so many things that happen in the city, whether that is the dwelling spaces, whether that's roads, whether that's water and sanitation, supply of water, all of that are function of basic governance plus the ability to raise finance. Okay. Now, going back to what Arjun was saying, that different projects will have different kind of commercial viability. What I am seeing basically is that public projects and private projects are sort of happening in parallel. The structures that should actually be given more attention, like public-private partnership structures, they really need to be given more attention. Having said all of that, what I also would like to share with the house over here is that, between I think in a span of about 8 to 10 years, the frequency of environmental, climatic stresses and extreme weather events has increased by 200% in India. Okay? I'm returning from Bombay. I spent about 2.5 hours on the road. And you see all of those, the cities being, facing the heat island phenomenon, the stresses, they're humongous. So when we have to look at raising finance, we also have to look whether the cities will be habitable spaces themselves, which means that we cannot exclude the green aspect of it. When we look at the green aspect of it, then there is a window of opportunity that currently lies, especially with the municipal bodies as well as urban local bodies, because a lot of what they do actually broadly falls into the definitions of what we can call green. And in fact, after the sovereign bond issuance, which was a very interesting step that happened in India, one, that it was successful. Second, the success was seen immediately in terms of interest by public bodies, including municipalities, of coming to the market in order to, Arjun did mention Indore and Green, which Ghaziabad, which had happened before the sovereign issuance. But now, more and more municipalities are talking to us about green bond issuances. But I have to say that you cannot just simply self-label yourself that I'm a green issuer. There has to be a process around it, because the fundamental difference between tapping this opportunity, which is very much there, and finance as usual, is the transparency on the use of proceeds. and that is extremely important. It is not exactly easy, also because there is inertia, sort of legacy issues. But I can tell you that nearly 4 to 5 municipalities have actually approached us for green bond issuances. There is one more thing I want to just conclude the opening remarks with, that as far as city level financing in India is concerned, we have always been in a pilot stage. You know, there are those 3 or 4 municipalities which come to the market. They also do not come regularly enough. So there isn't enough predictability even for investors. And the hard work that is required to get your own governance in order is also not structured. So cities can come, urban local bodies can come in different structures, in PPP structures, in joint ventures with public bodies, and on their own. But let me tell you right now that within the corporate issuance volume, okay, municipal issuances form about 0.012% of the total corporate debt market of India. Okay, it is as minuscule as this. And the urban infrastructure capital investment till now stands as about 10.6 billion USD per annum. What we need is 56 billion USD per annum till 2030. Where is this money going to come from? This is, even if you say central and state resources, those budgetary resources will be very constrained. But unless you empower the city bodies, and that will actually call for serious relook at your reforms, governance reforms, plus your constitutional powers. I mean, if you cannot raise resources, then all of these are sort of tinkering that we will do. But there is opportunity over there, and one has to, it's not the cities of tomorrow, I think it's cities of today. And, you know, just very naturally, the policy makers, the legislators have to think about how to empower cities. Otherwise, the kind of climate and environmental stresses and population stresses that we are going to see, I don't think that the center and state will be in a position to help the cities if that is the center of growth that we are looking for.
Okay. So, Arjun, would you want to comment on whether, you know, what Neha said is also a very big challenge when it comes to attracting international funding in this segment? Because of this, what she mentioned as self-labeled bonds. I mean, is that a challenge?
Yeah, so I think Neha made a very important point that the difference between self-labeled and certification is that third-party, you know, check that everything is kosher. So, for example, this is particularly important if cities are looking to attract international investors. And that is important because when with green bonds, we've seen that the international investors, if they're present, there is a greater likelihood of pricing advantage or even greenium, right, for issuances. To achieve this, what is necessary, like Neha pointed out, are, you know, addressing concerns over governance, particularly those pertaining to transparency and disclosure when it comes to things like issuances, green bond issuances at the municipal level. In this context, incidentally, the sovereign green bond framework that is already been spelled out offers a wonderful exemplar that municipalities can use to emulate systems and processes that can help, you know, them to allay these concerns for investors. Because our sovereign green bond framework conforms to international standards and provides defined processes or defined steps for the kinds of activities that Neha pointed out: use of proceeds, project evaluation and selection, management of proceeds, and reporting. So I think with these kinds of steps, I think it's more feasible to have greater number of issuances, of course, while addressing other concerns.
But let me just clarify one thing. Just cities cannot raise international finance directly. That is simply not possible.
Yeah.
However, if you have special purpose vehicles, Arjun, that's the only way you can actually attract international finance. We are very much guided. I mean, we will only be able to play when we are talking about the constitutional limitations, will only be able to play within the domestic market. But the point is well made that the domestic market, they will have to go to the domestic market more and more. For that you need a pipeline, for that you need robustness, and there I think what the sovereign green bond has done is quite amazing, because that was a domestic bond in INR onshore, and that has really done well and has given a very good signaling effect in the market.
Thank you for pointing that out. That was something that I had left out. So indeed, you would need a special purpose vehicle, and alternatively, there is also the fully accessible route that the government has introduced. So special purpose vehicle and introducing a fully accessible route, making them eligible for that, can allow international investors or more international investors to help access these kinds of funding opportunities.
Now, coming to you, Madhav, India's G20 presidency has instituted a disaster risk reduction working group whose priorities include the global coverage of early warning systems as well as mobilizing finance to combat disasters, right? Now, where do we stand in terms of preparedness for cities for future challenges that emanate from climate change, such as the recent flooding that we're witnessing in hilly states, right? So where do we stand in terms of preparedness when it comes to natural disasters such as flooding?
If you'll pardon the pun, we stand on unfirm ground. And I think I want to carry on this conversation that CB, Neha and Arjun have started. I think it's important to understand urban planning, urban regeneration, firstly from the context that CB had pointed out, which is to say that what is urban, right? So I will actually argue that we represent the global south. We are a large population living on a fairly small land parcel, and our resources are stressed, and as Neha pointed out, we are doing this in the face of extreme climate events that are only going to increase. She's mentioned 200%. The Yamuna flow rate went from 352 cusecs to 3.5 lakh cusecs in a period of one day. So one has to understand that there is a lot of that economic change that CB had referred to as being the switch between urban and rural. We need to kind of diversify our understanding of that. Right. So I will actually argue that simultaneous to urbanization is actually a process of deruralization. A lot of the rural economy stabilizes the relationship a settlement has with natural assets or long-term natural assets, right? Mm-hmm. Like water systems, right? Drainage channels, we spoke about STPs. So while you're building STPs, there are parts of the city, and now I don't mean tier 1. I think the bulk of movement to cities is not to tier 1, it's actually to tier 3, tier 4. So we are actually seeing large villages becoming small towns. So it's a sort of a almost city scenario, which we have a 100-year legacy of carrying on till it becomes a tier 1 city, like in Delhi, the problems that we are witnessing. This kind of cross-ownership or multi-layered stakeholdership on natural assets like drainage channels. So I think that the key here is for us to understand that there is a process of deruralization that accompanies urbanization. There's a need to stabilize those deruralizations. These are not very big ticket budgets that are needed for this. These are all less than 100 crore project sizes. Yes. So to that extent, Muni bonds or green bonds that are issued by municipal authorities that have departments that are looking at deruralization as a separate phenomenon can issue these very locally for tax breaks that, I mean, if you look at someone with an income in India of, say, in the range of about, say, 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs a year, right? For the tax break, it's possible to go and buy municipal bonds that have ticket prices of, say, 500 bucks. Right now, the ticket prices for muni bonds are 1,000. Yes. So there is a way of looking at how you finance local bodies by increasing local stakeholdership. Simultaneous to this is also this idea of urban planning, right? And how do you retrofit or how do you prolong the life of infrastructure that you already have, so-called grey infrastructure. STPs are a great example, but I would say low-cost housing is an equally great example. We are now reaching the life cycle end of a sort of a carbonized way of construction for all these buildings. RCC and steel that was built on burning up fuel and fossil fuel. There's a lot of innovation happening in this country on generation of green hydrogen, for example.
Yes.
Now, when there is need for high calorific density in the fuel, high energy density in the fuel, for things like public transport systems, for things like large-scale constructions of baseline green infrastructure, green stormwater infrastructure, for example, there's no need to think of a city as an... See, cities are aggregating phenomena, and deruralization by its nature is a disaggregating phenomena. So a lot of the resilience we need for flooding, for example, would come if erstwhile areas are identified that were rural, soak like lakes. You know, the Jal Shakti Ministry is bringing out a whole survey, a kind of GIS-led LiDAR information system on what were the low points in a city. Those need to be stabilized simultaneously. So I think this G20 presidency should be taken in the spirit that we are, in a way, pathfinders for not just us being the largest population on the planet right now, but really representing where the growth of population globally, we I think contribute about 15 or 16% of world population. We're going to be the same percentage in 2040. But how we handle deruralization, urbanization simultaneously is in many ways going to be the path for how other cities across the world urbanize. And I think we should kind of face up to that as both a challenge and an opportunity.
Chandan Bhushan.
Listening to Neha and Arjun, I think it's important to understand that we already have large private investment in our cities. Look at Gurgaon and look at a township in Gurgaon. They are bubble enclaves. They have their water supply, sewage treatment plant, building, roads, security, electricity. Everything is privatized. There's hardly any connection with the public. So I think the first question we need to ask is, what kind of private investment? Do we want the kind of private investment that is happening right now in our cities? I think that's disastrous for urbanization. We are creating enclaves where you have such categorization and ghettoization of cities right now. That's what Gurgaon is. There's no connection between a person who is providing service to a rich and the rich community. And that we have seen recently what has happened. So I also believe that it is important to understand where and how private investment is important. The importance of public good should not go away.
Right.
We pay taxes to the government, starting from municipality to central government. And that is for public good. Cities are built for public good. And it is important that that public good aspect of city is not forgotten. And the last point that I would like to make is that the entire 74th Amendment of the Constitution, if you look at it, and I'm responding to Neha, there are 18 functions which were devolved to local government, including the right of local government to raise funds. Okay. None of the states have devolved that power.
Right.
Okay. So it's not that our constitution has not looked at what kind of power is required at the local level. It's just that states are not willing to devolve power and build the kind of governance that is required in our city.
Yes,
So actually, CB, exactly. So I couldn't agree with you more. The thing is that the 74th Amendment, I mean, and you look at all of those things, also, I mean, I was also reading it, that also requires a thorough relook. You know, the financial raising powers in 74th are also very limited. The other question that you raised is also about the public good nature of how the habitable cities will be created. So equity will become extremely important. You know, so you and I are probably saying the same thing in different ways. The private investment that you're talking about is actually real estate investment, right? Mainly. And that has, so it's happening in parallel ways for service, for creation of public goods and services. You require joint ventures. There are models around that. You need to be able to look at what those structures are. For example, and let me also respond to what Madhav said, that simultaneously deruralization is happening. You actually go to tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities, the pace at which you wonder that sometimes you see the concrete buildings coming up, but in terms of access to services, I don't think that we have really improved the quality of living in urban areas. So our model of urbanization may not exactly and should not exactly ape how the Western cities are sort of even planned. So that, and by the way, no master plan in India actually includes climate and environmental considerations. So Mumbai has made a climate action plan that has nothing to do with the master plan of Mumbai.
Correct.
No, if I can jump in here. So this is an important point because Delhi's just issued its 2041 master plan. It has a whole kind of green-blue infrastructure sort of system running through it, system of thought. Now, exactly the point I think CB is saying, that this whole idea of privatization is for the lack of funding.
Right.
That's because municipalities are competing with each other for state funding. They're not really competing at a lower ticket price at all. The fact is that if we are considering a large village becoming a town in the next 20 years, the sort of people involved in making it a town are, of course, state actors that include government departments and special purpose vehicles. You'll have areas that are declared, say, especially around the coast, that are special economic zones that are prone to, say, coastal flooding, right? Just as a thing to bring the focus back to climate. I think in many ways, if those funding mechanisms for kind of making grey infrastructure more climate responsive and for replacing aging infrastructure with more decarbonized, produced more in a much more decarbonized manner. I'll give you a good example. Other than this whole hydrogen fuel business, there's this idea of prefabricated component-based building elements. So, for example, if we have a construction type which is old, but it is fragile, that is, it never had a life that was more than 20 years. It was badly built. There is going to be an incremental change, and these are in parts of the city that are not covered by the master plan.
Right.
Most Indian cities, only about 30% are actually covered by the master plan.
Right.
So in many ways, our way of looking at urban planning and climate change and financing those kind of shifts from, say, a circular economy. Circular economy is another great question that Indian cities can have great answers for. For example, waste to new material transitions are not covered by GST. So if you have people who segregate waste and actually make it circular, there is no way they can produce, because GST is covering only new material, the production of new material. So there are ways in which urban planning, construction waste, climate science, and the sort of underlying transitions and shifts that are happening in Indian society can be great path breakers, I think, globally.
Thanks, Madhav. So we've almost done the time. So thanks, Chandrabhushan. Thanks, Neha. Thanks, Arjun. Thanks, Madhav.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vandana, and all the panelists for that very insightful discussion. Thank you all. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. Deruralization and urbanization have to be handled simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, hope you all are having a good time, and I would like to remind you, hope you're also tweeting with the hashtag #MCPolicyNext. We'll very quickly move on to our next panel, the global crypto landscape, which is effectively being reshaped by India's push for minimum international regulations. Before rolling out any laws, the government is looking to create a global consensus given the cross-border nature of crypto. With discussions among G20 members progressing, what is the future of crypto? As Bill Gates has said, Bitcoin is a technological tour de force. Is it? Let's find out in the next panel discussion, which will be moderated by my colleague Siddharth Upasni. I would also like to welcome the panelists on the stage. Mr. Kiran Mysore Vivekananda, Chief Policy Officer, Coin DCX. Mr. Dilip Chinoy, Chairman, Bharat Web3 Association. Mr. Balbir Singh, Senior Advocate and Additional Solicitor General of India at the Supreme Court.
Hi. Yeah, I'm audible now. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel discussion on the crypto landscape, both globally and domestically. I try and run a tight ship, so I don't want to waste any time and dive right in and speak to the experts. There's no really two ways about it, Mr. Vivekananda. The last 15 months or so have been rather challenging for the crypto industry. We have the 1% TDS on virtual digital asset transactions. We have the 30% tax on capital gains. You can't set off losses. How has CoinDCX and the industry as a whole tried to work around these and move forward despite these difficulties?
Yeah, it's been a very tough 12 months for crypto industry in particular. Of course, the blockchain and Web3, which crypto is part of, has got some recognition, but crypto, due to its inherent risks involved, has been left out and not considered or given any kind of support right now. Along with that, there has been a couple of changes in regulation. Though we welcome all the regulation, whether it is taxation or whether it is PMLA guidelines. But what has happened is, in the last 12 months, 80% of Indian exchanges volumes have gone down. The purpose of TDS was, which we all believe was to, track transactions, one, and also to, make, users, less risky, like let them think before they invest. The very purpose was that. But what has happened is the data shows that adoption of crypto as a asset class has grown by 14% month on month in the last 1 year. Volumes of more than 80% along with this new adoption has moved to foreign exchanges. It has not discouraged Indians from investing in VDA, but unfortunately Indian exchanges have, which are compliant, which pay 1% TDS, are finding it difficult to, continue operations. However, data also shows that in last 1 year, close to 1,200,000 crores of Indian money has flown to foreign exchanges. Indians count to almost 20% of, total users, active users in the top 5 foreign exchanges. Whereas Indian exchanges are finding it very difficult because along with 1% TDS, there's a 30% high rate. All this thing is happening because foreign exchanges provide these Indian consumers to, invest in crypto without deduction of TDS. So in a way, we believe that, to evade tax, and also because the exchanges, foreign exchanges provide a seamless transaction, whereas for us, we are finding it very difficult because there is a shadow ban of banking rails. We do not get complete banking rails. That's another issue which has happened. Overall, it's been a very tough 12 months for Indian exchanges, specifically VDA exchanges. Recently you must have seen that, almost 14% of our, human resource was asked to were let go on because of this, issue. However, we are still focused on our technology, we are focused on our product, and we believe, because we have sufficient cash to run our business, and we believe this is a temporary phase, and we look forward to a positive atmosphere in India.
Natural to come to you, Mr. Singh. When these taxes were announced last year, it seemed to provide some sort of stamp of legality to the entire ecosystem. Could you clarify how do we go about taxing something while there's still some sort of gray area around it? Second, just a follow-up. Okay.
Yeah. See, I think if I see a good side of this tax, and that's what I was thinking, that given the uncertainty around this kind of asset in the Indian domestic legislative arrangement, it gives a de facto recognition to a digital asset which generally has got different views across the globe. It should be banned, it should be treated legitimate or illegitimate. The moment any asset is being recognized in any tax law, so you get some de facto legitimacy to that asset and the business around that asset. That I see a good side of tax, which I see. The next level where we see that any class of asset to thrive as a business class of asset, you need to have a certainty, and certainty comes through some kind of a regulatory arrangement which is essentially required. Like we have seen in case of securities and commodities, where we have today a legitimate regulator which is going to give guidelines, and we are very sure and certain about how the trade is to be conducted. But given the nature of asset we are talking of, which is boundaryless today in terms of how it is to be translated into a financial arrangement at some stage, I believe that G20 is a great multilateral platform where there can be certain consensus around certain things pertaining to digital asset. And I certainly see that until and unless we have a global consensus, or at least a multilateral large consensus like which we have seen in banking industries, security industries, standard setting organizations, because this is a borderless arrangement which is there. And I'm sure that the leaders in G20 must be thinking on these lines, that at least if not all, if we can arrive at certain kind of classification consensus where we don't struggle on defining the cryptos or these assets in different jurisdiction in different manner, and there are broad regulatory arrangement which includes the one as tax part of it. So that's what I see a good side of it, and I'm sure the G20 is a good platform from that point of view. Coming to the pure tax perspective, I don't think even if it was provided in last budget that the digital asset is recognized and 30% of tax is being provided. Ultimately, the tax law is very clear. If you are even into an illegitimate business and you have a gain or income, you are liable to pay tax. So there, from that point of view, I see that since there is a certainty around that, how will you charge to tax? Yes, you can say that it is one of the asset class, like a capital asset would we treat, with the tax rate is much lower, 10% or 20%. Here it's the 30%, but I still see that once there is a tax rate certainty, that's also a good in the short run. Rest all depends that how the business is going to thrive. You can go back to the government to see that this asset class should not be differentiated. So I certainly see that the certainty is always better in this kind of arrangement where you know that you are earning and you have to pay 30% and you can inbuild your contracts. But picking up from my colleague on dais, that since the exchanges are located outside and this tedious liability which has been created, one detriment I see is that a foreign located entity, by virtue of some taxes being deducted in India, may not like to conduct in business in India, which this domain is not my domain, but since I have seen in terms of the past experiences, the foreign company is not willing to do business in India because they don't want to get muddled in Indian tax arrangement. But overall, I see that the tax is giving you some kind of a legitimacy. G20 is a good platform where there can be a multilateral arrangement where this asset class, certain consensus can be arrived at, which later on can be converted into a domestic law in respective member countries. So on the whole, it is good, yes, but is 30% oppressive? Possibly I'll go by what they're saying, that yes, 30% is a little oppressive when we look at the income tax being charged on the other asset class in India.
Mr. Chinoy, just understanding from what Mr. Vivekanand said, in the last 1 year, crypto firms have sort of perhaps pivoted towards Web3 to expand their activities. Would you agree with that? Second, I think BWA has said that over the next 10 years, by 2032, Web3 could contribute as much as 1 trillion to the Indian economy. If you could perhaps explain where exactly that potential lies and what should be done to ensure that potential is not squandered.
Okay, so there are multiple questions in that one question. So first of all, if you look at the whole Web3 ecosystem, virtual digital assets, or what you refer to as cryptocurrencies, are a small part of it, but are getting heightened interest for multiple reasons. The first is that there is a new class of investors, right? It started with, even in 2015, 2016, where many Indians joined the mining process. So many Indians have actually mined bitcoins and they've actually added to wealth. So other tokens also have been mined. The second reason why it is actually getting a lot of attention is that people are acquiring that asset in dollars by paying rupees, right? And therefore there's a kind of a dollarization of the economy happening. And the third thing is that there's a wide volatility and wide fluctuation, which, as consumers, I'll quote someone who said that consumers love the government when they allow the consumer to do anything what they want to, but hate the government when they actually lose money and the government can't help them. So I think it's a very interesting kind of a situation for government to look at consumer interest there. But if you exclude this, and tokens and exchanges are an integral part of the Web3 ecosystem, because if you're going to build a blockchain, you actually have to buy a token, and you need to do a proof of stake there. Earlier it was proof of work, right? And the only way you can actually buy, one of the ways you can buy a token is through an exchange. And therefore you need to actually, and then as the blockchain keeps on becoming more popular, the value of the tokens that have been invested in that blockchain, or the tokens that blockchain is constructed upon, actually get greater value. So if you're a participant in this decentralized world of Web3, you actually earn reward. So tokens are integral to blockchain, exchanges are integral to actually creating value in the blockchain system, and therefore to dealing the two would be a mistake. But if you look at the applications of Web3, so let me talk about Indian examples, right? So it actually goes from one end, which is a simple blockchain, to, let's say, validate credentials, education credentials, done in Maharashtra. Caste certificates, again done in Maharashtra. FIRs, done in Firozabad, UP. Land records, done Telangana, done in West Bengal, right? So there are multiple examples where people have used these, the underlying technology on cryptocurrency to develop new ways of protecting physical assets, or creating identities, or proving that you actually have something. And that is where you have close to 900 startups actually working in the Indian ecosystem in various aspects of blockchain, including decentralized finance, looking at building the infrastructure for this. There are tax companies that have come up, there are audit companies that have come up, and there are many other things here that, the other aspect of Web3, which is not very well understood, is that today if you create content, you post it on YouTube. YouTube, if there's a certain amount of views, YouTube gives you some money, right? But the proportion of money that you get from them or Google or others is a fraction of what they earn. Now, if you do a decentralized thing, like, for example, Fanstar in India, they've got 450 creators. Majority of the income is going to the creators, right? And very little going to the thing. So, if you see, Web3 has the potential to dislodge the, Facebook, Apple, Google, Meta, whatever, and create new things in the Web3 ecosystem. So that is what is happening, and a lot of funding is actually going through. There is a misconception today in the market that the Web3 space is not being funded. Very recently, the Emerging Technologies Index, which did a study across investments by large investment companies in this space, actually found that Web3 was getting more than e-commerce and many other media and entertainment and any other sectors there. And these were all on different products. So all the noise that is being generated by crypto is kind of hiding this here. And the danger that we face is that if we create an aura of uncertainty on crypto, the companies that are actually working in the Web3 space, right, will all, relocate on what I call the DDS syndrome, which is Delaware, Dublin, Dubai, and Singapore. And India will lose the opportunity. Many companies already have done it. There are about 60 companies who have actually relocated from India, including some big names like Polygon, for example. So that is the thing. But there is the potential to get to that $1.1 trillion value added here. Arthur D. Little has said it could be as high as 10% of GDP, right? They have looked at it. So there are different aspects of that. And I think the more important thing is it empowers citizens to monetize the time spent that they spend on the mobile, that they spend on the gaming, on the content that they create, which is a very unique situation for all, nearly 1.4 billion Indians as we stand today.
That's the present. The future, if India's efforts as the G20 presidency comes to fruition, is a minimum common set of regulations placed internationally, with each jurisdiction topping them up with their own preferences, with their own set of laws. Mr. Vivekananda, a two-part question here. One, do you think it's possible that India, in the future, after common set of regulations is arrived at, do you think India could ban crypto domestically? And two, if not, is there some sort of a middle ground which can be found where authorities' concerns are addressed and at the same time the crypto industry is able to grow with reasonable amount of freedom?
Yeah, if government wants, they can ban any time. But what I understand with my conversation with the government entities and with the bureaucrats is this. One thing is something which everyone understands, that adoption of crypto is here to stay, and whether India likes it or the government likes it or not, it is going to continue. Now it is left to the governments whether you want underground business to happen. Right now with legality, we follow, as rightly mentioned, we have a TDS policy. There is certain regulation which we follow. We have PMLA which we follow. Though not completely regulated, we are not illegal right now. With this, in today's situation, 80% of India's volume is now underground business. Okay, it's not directly happening because it is all going to foreign exchanges, because they provide an opportunity for them to have a peer-to-peer transaction where they don't facilitate or get involved in money transaction or a rupee transaction. But however, the value of that crypto token now lays outside India. And as I said, 20% of active users in 5 top foreign exchanges are Indians. And this 20% of the value is now residing outside India. The value is slowly siphoning off from India, whether you like it or not. So I'm a positive person. I always believe that disruptive technology go through all these challenges. And looking India from G20 point of view, if you look at the tone of Indian government when G20 started, as our presidency started to today, I think one of the best outcomes of G20 would be getting global cooperation to regulate, crypto assets. You don't hear any Ministry of Finance bureaucrats calling it currency anymore. They call it asset. They now talk about underlying value these assets have when it comes to blockchain, whereas a year back, never, you could have not even dreamt of Indian bureaucrats or Ministry of Finance talking about it.
So looking into all these things, I believe G20 has given an opportunity for India to work with G20 nations and to understand from their point of view about emerging technology, including crypto. And I believe India has a great opportunity to showcase to the world if we can achieve consensus around global cooperation of crypto regulation. I think it's not too complicated. It's very simple. There are 4 or 5 issues which we need to work around. The first one is on money laundering, which the travel rule in a way is going to address that. If you have a strong global travel rule which all G20 nations follow, I think that's a win for the world and for regulation. The second one is on consumer protection. I think if all 20 countries sit together and come up with a principle-based regulation to safeguard the security, safeguard the interest of consumer, that's the second win. The third one is operation bit, because there is a question mark around underlying technology of a token. If there is a consensus around listing of token, where you have a clear principles around which you are listing the token. And fourth, if you are able to define a taxonomy around what, what type of tokens are there and how do you define those taxonomy tokens separately. And then last, finally, if there is some consensus around taxation, I think with these 5 principles, if 5 principles are, globally aligned, I think, individual countries like India can be a first mover and come up with regulation. I think, I'm a believer that we have an opportunity, and this is an outcome which we all are looking at, a regulated crypto industry where there is consideration for domestic market, which is Atmanirbhar Bharat and Made in India, and at the same time, with large potential Web3 has, with the talent we have, the market we have, we can be leader in Web3, in future.
We're running slightly short on time, so 2 quick questions to the 2 of you. First, Mr. Chinoy, is there a risk that amid all these regulations which could come in the future around crypto, could Web3 somehow be a collateral damage of sorts? Are there any spillover risks? Because it's like you mentioned in your remarks, there is still some confusion, which in our minds at least, if not in yours.
So if you look at the G20 countries and the 3 G20 members, right? EU has MiCA, UK has the crypto regulation, Japan has a crypto regulation, Australia has a regulation, but these are in a way the developed countries. So India has really raised a concern for emerging emerging economies and developing economies, emerging markets and developing countries. So the danger is that if we delay anything here, then the talent and the entrepreneurship that resides in the emerging and markets and developing countries will shift to the developed world, which is actually happening with, I mentioned Dubai, Delaware, Dublin and Singapore. And the emerging markets and these countries will actually lose out. And once again, you will have the rulers of Web3 mirroring the rulers of Web2. So that's the biggest danger here. And therefore, once the dust settles out on G20 and then after G20 you have the elections, I think India should really move fast to create a favorable environment to promote Web3 entrepreneurs to stay in India, register in India, grow in India, and actually create products, not create IT services for the world, but create products in the Web3 space for the world.
Finally to you, Mr. Singh, and perhaps the most important question, considering Mr. Chinoy has highlighted how important it is to move quickly. How difficult will any framing of laws in this new area be, and then the implementation? And therefore, that would naturally take long to, if it's difficult, it'll take a long time to.
See, I think as we are on this panel agreeing that there is a need of regulation, there are some already existing templates we have in multiple jurisdictions where some kind of identity to this class of asset and the business around this asset has been given. Although I'm not speaking for government, but my understanding is already there is a sense of urgency with the government also that if we have to achieve a $5 trillion economy, the virtual asset class is going to perform its own share of growth in the entire economic development and the whatever the target government think is fit, whether it's 2030 or 2050, whatever target you could call. Second, it's very clear that the Indian consumers or Indian investors, besides the Indian talent, which is currently in an entrepreneurial stage, where can bring this business around this asset class, which can bring in a lot of investment. If you see the securities market, what 20 years back was, and even if we take the same rate of growth, once we have a clarity of regulation, I'm very sure this asset class is going to attract far bigger the money than what we have seen in securities. I think, and that's what we have seen. The risk, and that's where I think the regulation required, that whether regulations are taking care of risk associated for investors / consumers. That's the first thing which, because until unless you allay fear of the people associated in the ecosystem, that's not going to happen. But I'm presuming, I'm not aware that what are the nature of regulatory arrangement in the other jurisdiction is, but I'm giving a sense that there is an urgency in the government also. Second thing which I see is that the participation by the private players in terms of guiding government is extremely important. Otherwise the process will remain slow, because I don't think the government on its own will have ability to understand the ecosystem and develop laws around it. And therefore the private players, in whatever form, if they have an association or a group, they need to act as a vanguard in this whole process, and they need to go closer to the government in guiding that this is the nature of regulation we are looking at. Third thing which I see is the identification of regulator is extremely important, and that's where the classification of this asset is required. If you treat this as a securities, like in some jurisdiction, you go to the security regulator. If you wish to treat it as a commodity, go to the commodity regulators. Or if you think it's a different class, then you need to bring in the new. And that is going to define the time factor also, whether the existing laws are good enough. Can you hand it over to a SEBI by bringing in a new regulation? Or you need to have a separate class of a law which is to be framed. But knowing that how the government works on it, and with the hope that we'll have some clarity in terms of a global consensus on a larger principles of this line of business. If the private sector goes closer to the government and guide them that this is the way you should frame regulations, where the multiple alternates, I think that's the area which I see is finally going to define whether it's going to take longer or this. But if the private space think that they're going to sit on their own and not going to lead it to the government, then I see it's going to take time in that aspect. That's what my broader view is on this.
Well, I think I can speak for pretty much everyone here, but there's been a crash course in the past, present and future of crypto, and I would like to thank all of you for joining us, and it's been a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth, and all the panelists. That was a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you all. G20 is a good platform for arriving at a multilateral consensus on cryptocurrency. On the other hand, the industry still finds a 30% tax rate as oppressive. Our next panel is on a dream of digital India, a dream where the latest science to the latest technology, everything should be available on the tip of one's finger. India's digital payment revolution has come a long way. Countries are now linking their fast payment systems to India's Unified Payments Interface, or UPI. Countries from across the world are seemingly lining up to collaborate with India and transform retail cross-border payments. In the final panel discussion, we will take a look at this digital infrastructure leap. I would like to invite Moneycontrol Deputy Executive Editor Ravi Krishnan to moderate the panel. I would also like to invite the panelists for the session, Mr. Arvind Gupta, Founder Member, iSpirit, Mr. Pramod Verma, Former Chief Architect, Aadhaar and India Stack, Mr. Rahul Handa, Executive Vice President, Strategic Initiatives, ONDC, and Ms. Praveena Rai, COO, NPCI.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this brings us, I think, to the most exciting panel discussion today, even though I say so myself, because it's on the buzzword digital public infrastructure. We've been hearing about it quite a lot for the past, I would say, a year, ever since India assumed the G20 presidency. And before this, the discussion, I asked Praveena, have you participated in at least 10 panels on digital public infra before this? Because it is the flavor of the day. I mean, it's a compelling narrative, and it is something which we can all be inordinately proud of, apart from Pragnananda and Chandrayaan. And so in this discussion, we'll be touching upon what can the world learn from this experience of India's, this innovation, where, we have built a population scale, and I mean, we are not talking about some 20 million population, right? 1.3, 1.4 billion nearly. This population scale, digital identity, payments, and also the governance principles and this new approach to data governance which we are taking. So this is broadly what we hope to cover in the panel discussion today. And I would like to start by asking Pramod, so even during these G20 discussions, I mean, so they have adopted, they have termed the adoption of digital public infra as a priority. But one area where there is some bit of confusion, some bit of debate is, how do you actually define digital public infrastructure? We know it through the applications which you use, Bharat Bill Payment System, eSign, Aadhaar, UPI, the poster child, ONDC. But how would you, define it? What would you say would be the broad design principles of something which we can call as digital public infra?
Digital public infrastructure is not new at all, frankly. We have been building for 10 years, 12 years now. I think the common vocabulary that we managed to bring, and kudos to government for sure. Brilliant job. I think the beginning of G20, almost everyone stood up and said, what the hell are you saying? What does it even mean? To what we saw last week, brilliant closure by hard work by METI, MEA, everyone. I mean, the whole team here in Delhi. It's just amazing. But I think the idea of digital public infrastructure differs from the earlier digitization agenda, which we have been doing since 90s. We have been digitizing, countries have been digitizing, not just us. But I think we found a balance between what government can do and what market can do, and what inclusion agenda and innovation agenda. Typically, these are in crossroads, because market players go after profit, and that's a job to do. And they tend to go after the same 20 million, 50 million customers that they can get money out of. But for the first time in the world, India demonstrated that we can actually combine inclusion agenda and innovation agenda if we take digital public infrastructure approach. It's not technology, it's a way of thinking, it's a way of doing. And that allows government to lay few critical guidelines: interoperability, good governance, data portability. With congratulations to all of us for our data protection bill. The DPDP is brilliant again, finally came through. But allow the market to innovate, allow the market to combine the building blocks to create diverse solutions that we have not thought about before. So think like GPS, think like internet. It was not a solution play, it was a building block that allowed many innovators to build. So I think DPI has an exponential impact, which is exactly what we were seeing, not a linear impact. We see anything we are doing, we are seeing a non-linear shift, right? We did Adhia, then we did eSign, DigiLocker. First few years, nobody seemed to be using, and suddenly everybody used. UPI, and she's here. We struggled in the first 2-3 years. It took, what, 3 years to launch, 2 years to adopt, and then boom. You know, we are doing 9.5 billion transactions, I think, every month. It's just madness. And ONDC barely getting started. So it's a way of combining the energy of the market and passion for innovation with the digital rails that government is actually, or government blessed in one sense, laying. It's a brilliant combination. I think India is very, very well poised to lead the next several years of thought leadership, not only just software export, thought leadership out of this, and I hope we do the right things.
So, Arvind, coming to you, based on what Pramod said, would you say that the tech problems are largely solved? And so what else is left in terms of overcoming challenges to continue scaling up other initiatives?
You said, are they solved?
I'm asking, are they largely solved?
I don't think so. I think if they're solved, we should all retire and go home, but we can't. I mean, we need to replicate every single person sitting on this panel, apart from me, multiple times. There are so many more problems to be solved for India and for the world at large. I mean, if the tech problems are solved, Silicon Valley should not exist. We are nowhere close to that. I mean, there is so much more intervention that we require in many, many areas that I think this is the tip of the innovation that had started. You yourself said at the beginning of this panel that, you know, the world has just started understanding this. We are talking in each of the 3 different spheres, maybe not ONDC, but at least on the identity, on the skilling side, which Pramod is now doing, and on the payment side, which Praveena is involved with at least 20, 30 nations across the world. But I mean, the superset of nations that need to see these solutions help them solve a bottom-up for their whole society is a lot more. And I think India's, you know, I was lucky enough to be associated with the internet wave when it was just starting out. It took us more than 20, 30 years for it to really reach 500 million people, maybe even more. This thing that we are trying to solve, it's of course not going to take 30 years, but you know, interoperable UPI kind of payments across the world, maybe another 5 to 10 years. A lot of work has to be done. A lot of policy work has to be done. The good news is that, as Pramod said and as you said, and you know, G20 has put this as a center stage of discussions globally. And that's what multilateral events like this do. So, I mean, but we are not even solved few percentage points of the total problem. And new problems will keep coming up. So technology has to keep shape with that, keep pace with that. The last point I want to make is, and that's a very critical point, you talked about digital public infrastructure. While all this is happening, there's a lot of you know, acceptance in the world. Still, India seems to be the only country championing this. And that's, I mean, this has to become a voice of many other countries. And many other countries of the global south, of course, are accepting it and adopting it. But as champion, India is the only country that is championing it globally. And I sometimes wonder why not other nations are also taking it up as a cause and saying, yes, we want to join the bandwagon and creating our own DPIs. We're still not seeing that.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's very new as a concept. We've, as Pramod said and others will say, we've seen the benefits of it now at a diverse population, 1.4 billion people. Many countries are solving it bit by bit. One piece identity, one piece maybe payments, one bit maybe some other, you know, the data sharing protocol, the DEPA agreements. So it's bit by bit, it's incremental. As a stack, India is the one that is taking the approach. I mean, we had the India stack, we now have the e-commerce ONDC, we have the credit stack, we have the voice stack going on. So you see, the government is, you know, thinking of the next things as they're happening. While you're thinking about Chat GPT, we are already, you know, the government was already in the process of building the Bhashani. So it is, you know, India is leading this effort. In fact, I think one thing you would like to take note of is that we were probably very critical in defining what should be a DPI as a nation. And that also takes a lot of international effort to make sure policy side academic side, everybody recognizes what a DPI should be. Nobody can just raise their hand and say, I have a DPI now. So.
Right. So, Praveena, coming to you, would you think that, so Arvind is saying that, there still seems to be some resistance. Would you say that payments would be the easiest place to get started when it thinks about adoption of DPI? I mean, coming from UPI is the poster child of digital public infrastructure in India. Just like yoga is India's biggest cultural exports, do you think UPI is going to be India's biggest fintech or innovation export?
Yeah, I think when we look at various components of what we are defining as DPI now, each has a very specific role to play. Identity plays its distinct role in a very significant way. It combines with sort of the e-sign, DigiLocker for documentation. And payments operates in a parallel but distinct space, and these are all really defining foundational layers. And I do believe that each of these foundational layers has that opportunity because they power a large mass. So if you look at payments, it's underlying to any form of commerce, right? So anything you need to buy, sell, any exchange of value between two individuals has a payment. So payment being one of the early drivers certainly should be expected if a country is looking at DPI and how they can extract economic value, growth, financial inclusion, convenience to users, all of those things that we today are seeing the fruits, early fruits in India, payments will be very critical. Having said that, I do agree that the understanding of the concept of, how this public infrastructure as a public good can operate in the digital world is still at a very early stage. So I think going back to what Pramod said, it's probably in that very nascent stage and it'll take some time before the concept of DPI has its inflection point, and it's not yet there. Okay. That's what I would think.
Right. So I'll come to Rahul now. See, UPI still we can say is early stage. See, while we are talking about other countries taking lessons from India, is ONDC taking any lessons from UPI's success? I mean, one reason why people said was UPI was adopted very quickly comparatively was because banks were already communicating with each other. But in e-commerce, in digital commerce, companies operate in different silos. So, I mean, how easy or difficult is it to be for you to scale up the same way that UPI has?
So let's start with this, right? If UPI didn't exist, we would not have had a reason to exist, because that is not something that we would have been able to prove. As a matter of fact, the fact that UPI was able to complete a particular transaction and grow to that extent is what caused that entire model of unbundling and interoperability to work. If they were not there, that concept would have stayed in a concept stage, right? The fact that they are able to pick money from one bank in a peer-to-peer mode and send it to another bank and not have to have checks flying around, etc., is by itself fantastic. And that's where the interoperability came into play, right? Now, where ONDC comes into picture, I have big boots to fill. When we look at it from UPI's perspective alone, we have very, very big boots to fill, right? And thankfully to Arvind and to Pramod also, who are providing us with weekly information and guidance on what all we should be doing, it would not have been possible. But that being said, in the commerce world, there is potentially, over periods of time, everybody thought of it in a platform world, which means that everybody thought that they had to do everything on their own, right? And doing everything on their own meant you have to do customer acquisition also, you have to do seller acquisition also, you have to do cataloging also. How do you build out a particular cart, what people are going to put into their cart, how are you going to do payments, how are you going to do deliveries, fulfillment, everything. You have to do everything on your own, which inherently made it as extremely difficult for for them to scale to that point, and or if you've already scaled, you've built a certain moat around yourself. The moment you've built that moat around yourself, you're also very clear that now I'm not going to let anybody else in, right? So to some extent, there has been this fear factor or a certain amount of resistance to saying I want to be interoperable, right? Where I'm turning around saying my customer should be able to buy from your seller, or my seller should be able to get orders from somewhere else, which means I'm going to lose control over the buyer or the seller. And that largely is the misnomer, because people think that they own the customer or the seller, and incidentally they don't, right? I mean, a customer is as fickle as they come. Today I'm going to find something cheaper somewhere else, I'm going to switch immediately. So the entire money that is being spent on customer acquisition, etc., needs to be abstracted out and say, think of it from a consumer engagement perspective. That I'm looking at it and saying that I sell jewelry, for example. If I sell jewelry, is there something I can do to sell flowers along with it without having to have all the flower sellers also onboarded onto myself, right? So add towards building an ecosystem for yourself, and use the use ONDC type of an environment where we are building ecosystems, we are building that network so that you can grow, right? You don't have to do everything on your own. That's a major learning that everybody has to still get through to, is that you don't have to do everything on your own. It is extremely difficult to do everything on your own.
Right. Arvind, you wanted to add something?
You know what Rahul is saying, you asked a question. Of course, you know, UPI, from a brand perspective, transformed the acceptance within policy, within policymakers, within the tech world, within the venture capital world. Everybody could understand what it is. So when you say ONDC is, of course, building on that success, and as Rahul said, it's very large shoes to fill, but the complexity in ONDC is multiple. UPI had, at least the banks, there were certain ways of changing information, money, or data flow between banks X to Y. There were exchanges in between. There was, I mean, mostly it was a transaction that was happening. The complexity in ONDC is very high. Two, you have to see 300 million, 400 million people, somewhere in that range, do a UPI transaction every month. Whereas the whole e-commerce market today, you take a superset of that, is about 100, 120 million at best, maybe 100 million. So, you know, it's going to be, you have to build on the success of UPI when it comes to ONDC. Two, the thinking has to really, from a few platforms, has to become this debundle approach, as Rahul explained. And three, because there are multiple players of delivery, logistics, it's a more complex problem. But comes back to your original question, have we solved everything? We have not. And this is the beauty of it. We have taken up, ONDC is going from the moon to the Mars. You know, you're building on your successes and taking more complex problems and solving them. And ONDC is one of those now.
Right, thanks. So, Pramod, taking off from that, what are the key problems that are left to be solved? As in, what would be in the near term the key problems that you need to solve?
The good thing is that we seem to be creating problems for ourselves every day. So we are not dearth of problems. This is a country of problems. So we have enough of them. But let me go back to some basics. DPI thinking was not meant to solve. Now that's very tricky. Did Aadhaar was built to solve people's life problems? No. It was opening up access. It was just opening up access. Access to bank account, access to financial inclusion subsequently. Have we achieved financial inclusion? Definitely not yet. Long way to go. Healthcare, access to justice, access to education, skilling. And so much more to do. We are nowhere, scratching. But the way to think about it is that the idea of ONDC or idea of DigiLocker or idea of UPI was not to solve problems. It was giving a tool that reduces friction dramatically so that many people can actually combine them to solve in peculiar situations, right? So this is why we are starting to see things like DigiYatra or starting to see things like better lending products like Aravind mentioned. Today we can combine identity, e-sign, DigiLocker, account aggregator and actually give a paperless, presenceless, instant, sachetized lending. 5,000 rupees, 10,000, sometimes even 1,000 rupee lending, which we could never have been possible 10 years ago. So I think it opens up the ability for us to solve. We have not solved anything at all. And if you look at what all these guys have actually done, is to open up the rails for many people to combine and solve later. So I think, it's much to do, much more to do. Healthcare, ABDM, it's just starting. We are starting with the underlying pieces of the puzzle. Affordability through PMJ, access through UHI and primary care access, and of course, the portability of healthcare records, which is continuity problem and observability problem because we don't know what's going on in the country. So we are starting to solve this, but every one of our DPIs have taken a decade. 2013 UPI started, design. 2023, we're already a decade later. Aadhaar was 2009, more than a decade. DigiLocker 2014, Prime Minister started pushing 2015, he launched in is exactly 8 years now. So decade is nothing to get begin. So long way to go.
Right. So taking off from that, Praveena, what do you think will differentiate the successful DPI initiatives from the not so successful ones? Or are we too early to judge that some DPI initiatives are not successful?
So I think, just to sort of wrap the point around on this definition of DPI, and Pramod used the word rails. So I think, where is the automobile industry without the roads? If you look at food, packaged food, you have, standards of what's in the food, what's not in the food. So I think the old industries, the traditional ones, have developed all this in the past, and we are doing this for the digital world. So to some extent, it's been around for some time, and we're just opening it up, standardizing it, making it more available and accessible. Now, the same principles will hold good in terms of definition of success. So, first and foremost, it's got to be interoperable. So, I think anyway, DPI, the design principle itself includes interoperability. It needs to have large access. It needs to have healthy and vibrant ecosystem connecting to it. It's like having those roads and nobody is making vehicles to go on that road. When you move from a cart road to a super concrete road or whatever, you need the vehicles to now be ready to move on those roads. So you need that ecosystem to start building, developing. So how rich, vibrant and diverse is that ecosystem? And then of course comes the rules and the ability to build together with that ecosystem. Again, as Pramod said, the core infrastructure provides that standard access, but the solutions get built by ecosystem players on it. So how do you know what to build? And to build a particular product, you may need to give something extra, in that core rail. So hence, co-creating with the ecosystem starts becoming very important, and these are all guiding principles which largely all the DPIs are doing. And then comes the ultimate factor, which is how the users are really using it, what's the sort of happiness factor, right? I mean, how excited and how great is the experience, how cool is it, and then the network effect of that starts kicking in and the volumes come in. And like most digital things in the world, I think that inflection point will happen, when enough of that happens. Even on UPI, our research continuously tells us that you can do whatever you want, advertising, promotion, marketing. It is word of mouth. It is word of mouth that really brings in every new user into UPI. when they see friends, family, somebody saying, I'll send you money, why don't you download some ABC app and use it? That's the big deal.
Staying with you, Pravina, we have created an ecosystem, but UPI, one of the concerns is that it is still a duopoly. PhonePe and GPay still have the maximum market share. Does that keep you awake at night? Is there, is there a threat of systemic failure because only two people are controlling?
The architecture is a very open architecture, So there are more than 50 plus apps on UPI, which includes bank apps, which includes fintech apps, and the customers have multi-app experience. So there are many sort of mitigants behind the app as well in terms of the number of banks that power the apps and so on and so forth. So I think the risk is well covered as long as the market participants are part of the core UPI ecosystem.
Right. Rahul, coming to you, see, one of the things key components in an ecosystem which will facilitate interoperability is to have a common set of standards, which is also true if we want to sort of export UPI to all the 180 countries in the world or so on. What has been your experience with ONDC in trying to get this common set of standards implemented? What are the hurdles you face?
So, actually, one of the major hurdles that we face so far has been one of mindset. The mindset has been that I have seen it work for the top 6% of India, for example, and that is the same experience set that needs to follow through for everyone, right? So effectively what that means is that everybody is trying to create a particular product set which is only going to be valid and something that is going to be, because anything that you over-engineer is going to have a cost to it, and the transaction cost is going to be really, really high, right? And that means that it can only be utilized by a small set. So one of the major segments that we have to break through for the people who are building these different components to it is that it is something that has to be built for the masses. Don't think that 500 rupee tea is the only tea that can be sold in Delhi, right? You can also buy a 5 rupee tea, and with that comes a different set of products and services that come along with that. That is the first part. The second set is around turning around and saying that how do I make sure that everybody is building a standardized rail? And as Pramod was saying, we are only building the rails, right? And that rail, believe it or not, we've had very, very little friction. When we get a bunch of people to sit in, right, one of the first things is if we as ONDC decide that we will create the platform rails, or we will give you the protocol and we will standardize, that will always be a problem set. The moment we are going to turn around and say, okay, give me 10 people, put up your hands from the industry who want to help us standardize it out, you'll be surprised at the number of times that we've gone through in designing and defining things with people from supposedly competing companies in the room, okay? When we were designing out issue and grievances, we had multiple sets of ODR providers, lawyers, etc. in the room, technically competing to each other. But they were all there to try and define out how do things work in a standardized function, and that will work for everyone. When we were designing out issue and grievance management, same, including for when we were doing scoring and badging, same, right? So that way the friction has been very, very little. The part that generally the pushback, oh no, we should design for this one particular use case. No, build for what will work for 80%, and we will build for the rest as time goes by, right? That being said, do we still have to be wary about things like PMLA and AML and CFT, etc., etc.? Yes, but that does not mean that we should stop. The last thing that I want to leave for that is your question last time, right? Which said that what if something fails? How do you know it has failed? Because anything that you are building is going to be utilized somewhere or the other. Somewhere or the other it is going to be used. And that is an extremely, extremely important part to whatever we are also doing. Even if we are working on, let's say, 10 different sectors. So for example, we just launched out, ONDC Finance just launched out the credit specifications 2 weeks back. We will launch out insurance specifications in the next couple of weeks. That does not mean that if any one of these segments doesn't see massive uptick, that has failed. It just means that that one component of it will go somewhere or the other.
Right. We are running short on time, but I would like to still ask one question, common question to all of you people. Imagine for a moment that you are a special advisor to the Prime Minister or a President, of a developing economy, okay, outside India, not India, and you had to offer one piece of advice on how that country can replicate the success of India, in building something like what we have done so far. What would it be? Starting from you, Arvind.
From a digital perspective?
Yes.
I think it's the whole lessons from the India journey have to be taken, customized to their needs and have to be adopted. There can be public rails, but how can they make the best from a political economy is the use case. And how it can serve the last person is something that I would tell them that this is how really it helps them serve the political economy, and that's what a politician always understands.
Praveen?
I'd say really co-opt the large banking players, the large wallet providers, the large e-commerce participants, and co-create the DPI with them.
Sorry?
And create this DPI with them. Because I think the buy-in of the large players is important, and efforts in many countries have failed because large players have something to lose, and when they don't participate in this wholeheartedly, things stall and don't move forward.
Pramod?
So I think I'll probably give 5 advices. One, travel to India. Number 1, nothing like seeing the coconut vendor or the banana lady who's selling the banana using it. Because nothing, no PowerPoint can solve that problem. Today, G20 trips, we realize, oh my God, people when they travel, it's significantly different what it takes away, the picture in their mind. So travel to India. Second, identify a care problem that they care about deeply in their society. Something that is ready for that disruption. Identify one. Don't try to do too many things. Third, rally the ecosystem. As she was saying, there is always people who will rally behind you. If it is inspiring ecosystem, you can, international and domestic ecosystem. And the fourth, go after one success all out. And the fifth one, political economy, make sure people, their life, unlocking value in their life. Because the moment that one success comes, success breeds success. India today, I could walk in and say, "Humko UPI for commerce chahiye," and people say, "Of course, let's do it." And as if, what do you mean? Nobody has done it in the world. So what? Let's do it. It's because success breeds success. So 5 advice.
Thank you, Pramod. Rahul, last word.
Everybody here has said everything that I could have. Right? I don't think I can add anything more to that, except for saying that look at your most vulnerable part of the society and try and solve something for them, right? And look at that standard concept of roti kapda makan. If you can solve for one of those things, for that one segment, and build around that.
Hey, I just want to close with one anecdote, Like Pramod said, people come here and experience it, Of course, coconut vendor, buying bananas is great. But the example that I really like is somebody said, I usually, collect coins to take back to my child, but I can't find coins anywhere. And he was going around hunting and asking everybody for coins. And people were like, I haven't seen a coin in a long time. So I think there are many things that create that impact.
Thank you. Well, this is a discussion that could go on and on, but unfortunately, time's up. And as our panelists are saying, this is something we have to be proud of, but it is still only the start of an exciting journey, and there is a long way to go. Thank you very much, all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our esteemed panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi, and all the panelists for that very insightful discussion. Thank you all. We have definitely saved the best for the last. When the history of digital payments is written, it will be worth recognizing India's efforts. Continuing from the panel discussion on India's digital payment story, I would now like to invite Dr. Shamika Ravi, member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. She's also one of the most prolific researcher and academicians that India has currently. I would like to invite her for her address on what the world can learn from India's success story of direct benefit transfers.
So namaskar everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. It was wonderful to hear the last panel, and you're right, I could have gone on and on as well. You know, the G20 last 6 months, first of all, please recognize that this is one of the shortest G20s. So whatever is being done and is usually done over a year, we are trying to accomplish it within 6 to 7 months. So I think there is a heightened sense of wanting to achieve certain set of things. So please recognize just the logistics of it, what does it mean, and what the Indian presidency is trying to achieve. The second thing is that I think it's for the first time since its inception that the G20 has truly become a people's movement. Until now, the G20 has been largely about a handful of macro indicators. Right? It's an economic forum meant to get the biggest economies together. These are the major economies, and the problems were mostly economic in nature. And it used to be even geographically limited to maybe the capital city and maybe the financial headquarters, etc. But this is the first time that it has truly been socialized and it has become like a mass movement. Now, does it matter? Yes, it matters in a very big way, because our philosophy of what this presidency is meant to achieve is also that we are representing the voice of the global south. And so there is a lot of showcasing of what the concerns and the voice of the global south is like and what is it meant to achieve. A lot of the invited members this year, including the rally behind the African Union, etc., these are all novelties that the Indian presidency has brought about. But I think the biggest concern of a platform like this is that every member has a veto power. This platform is truly about building consensus in a world which is extremely fractious. It's not just the supply chains which are disrupted, there is an actual war on. It's very difficult to get two different factions into the same room. In fact, the expectations were so low in the last presidency that if you got everyone into the same room and you got a photograph taken, that was actually a worthwhile outcome. So we started from very low expectations. So it truly was about us trying to reimagine what the G20 platform is meant to achieve in the long run. Also appreciate that this will be the string of 4 presidencies, all housed within developing nations or the emerging markets. So the issues that we are trying to mainstream is likely to continue for the next 2 or 3 years as well. And we want to make sure that that continuity happens, and therefore the global south becomes important. Now, one of the big philosophies that I think we have been remarkably successful in enshrining within the G20 architecture is that I think we finally do have a new model for global development. The initial models that we spoke about were mostly aid-driven, or again, macroeconomic interlinkages, etc. For the first time, we are talking about globalizing the concept of DBT. So the digitalization, etc., the kind of experimentation that you just heard the previous panel talk about, has to now become a larger global public initiative, and you're already seeing that in many of the bilateral conversations that India is having with countries of the global south, including some actually from the OECD. Now, what exactly does it mean? That the proof of the pudding, if you consider the last 2 years post the pandemic, during the pandemic, we have been successful in leveraging this basic core architecture of Jandhan, Aadhaar and mobile, not just to do government and welfare programs, which means it becomes easy to short-circuit the relationship between the state and a citizen. So welfare is being done now through direct contact between the state and the citizen. And that is a paradigm shift. But very importantly, and this is something that came out in the last panel as well, it's not limited to welfare alone, because growth is so much more than government. The JAM architecture is currently being leveraged, being used to mount a lot of market solutions in these economies. And I think that is the catch which a lot of the OECD countries do see it as well. Sector after sector, the fact that you have financial inclusion, and in the form of various instruments, it's payments, it's credit, having a savings account, and believe me, until 15 years back, the simplest metric of financial inclusion used to be, do you have access to a bank account or not? Today we have obviously exceeded that bouquet to a limited instrument. Adhia has been an initiative, but now universalized. Very, very importantly, the third part of the trinity is not a government initiative. It's mobile telephony. It's completely on the back of private enterprise and private corporations. And I think that is the other key takeaway to the, the larger global development model, that it's not going to be governments alone. You will need the support and active participation of the private sector to really make a lot of the DPIs that the gentleman and the lady were talking about, to make it a mass movement for the global south. So that is number one, which is the new paradigm or the new model for global development. You've heard the IMF call it a logistical marvel. And it happened in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic, that within 2 weeks of announcing a national lockdown, cash, food grains were made available at the doorstep only because you have this core architecture in place. So that is the proof of the pudding, that you can leverage it, you can truly mobilize this kind of an architecture to make real-time welfare support possible. Beyond this, of course, the second aspect of it, and the biggest obstacle, and I think the concern over the G20 presidency, has been moving on the climate finance issue. While there is a common consensus, and again, our motto, which initially many people thought was utopian, when we say one earth, one family and one future, we did hear some countries. I've been a part of several working groups and I've chaired a communique drafting committee for certain engagement groups, etc. I can tell you, engagement group after engagement group, working group after working group, everybody has come around to recognizing that a lot of the issues, including climate, has to be dealt as a family, and which family isn't fractious, right? You always have members who are causing trouble, you have members that you have to assuage, you have to get people back on the table to have these conversations. Now, in terms of climate, the biggest problem is the gap between the pledge and the cash. And the problem isn't just the commitment or the lack of commitment. The problem is much deeper if we think of what are the instruments, what are the institutions, what is the taxonomy, and on all these counts, I can assure you that the finance working group and the development working groups have come a very long way in the last 7 months. That there is movement on all of this, and I can assure you that in 2 to 3 weeks you are going to see elements of this in the leaders' declaration. So climate finance is a key concern, and I think we have made remarkable gains thereof. The third, which seems very innocuous, and personally of course I'm very bullish on it and I want to promote this agenda, but it is not as innocuous because that's the nature of G20. It is women-led development. Who would have thought perfectly plausible, perfectly benign and ambitious phrase of the form women-led development could also become contentious, but that is the nature of G20. That countries have very different appetite for reforms. Different countries work in very different contexts. Not all countries are democracies, catering to the vulnerable segment that the previous panel talked about. So while everyone has a vote in a democracy, that is not the case everywhere. So when you talk of women-led development, when you talk of women's representation, grassroots leadership by women is something India has championed, largely on the back of the fact that we have not had a top-down approach to women's development or a women-led development. We have had a bottom-up approach in the form of the panchayats and the reservations at the panchayat. And you know that while the reservation is 1/3, today the numbers of women sarpanches are 50%. So 1.5 lakh of your 3 lakh sarpanches across the country are women, and not all of them are outcomes of quota alone. And that just tells you how far we have come. Now, many European countries also, they show certain degree of awe when they say that we have a very difficult time implementing quotas for women in parliaments or in assemblies. But one of the reasons for that is you don't have a pipeline. That is often used to object against any form of reservations on quotas. But you know, one successful story has been panchayats where the pipeline has been created, and it's a very robust pipeline. You are seeing a 6 times increase in the number of women who contest elections. They might not all be winning, but contesting is the first step, and you are seeing the Indian case emerge. Please recognize that a lot of these things are being done at less than $2,400 per capita per annum. So for a country of this level of wealth or abundance to be trying these kind of things and successfully, think of the energy transition. The opportunity cost for India to go green is much higher than it is for most other members of the G20, because it basically means we are trying to bring about a balance in the way we have grown. There is now a unanimity in the fact that we cannot grow the way the OECD countries grew, because if we did, that would be irresponsible. We cannot continue to trigger consumption, and as an economist, I'm perfectly aware and empathetic to the fact that any talk of controlling consumption is usually viewed as an anathema. But you know, when you view it from the climate, then it truly is a conversation that needs to be timed, and this is the appropriate time for it. That is why you saw the Prime Minister launch LIFE project, which is Lifestyle for Environment, which basically tells you, look, it cannot be GDP alone. We need behavioral changes in order to bring about a certain balance, and therefore the quality of life. We are talking about recycling, we are talking about reusing, we are talking about transitioning from fossil fuel to green energy with the technology that is available, which is still very expensive. So please appreciate the context within which India is trying to bring about, and that is why I think a lot of the Global South is rallying behind India as far as the G20 is concerned, and therefore you have emerged as the voice of the Global South. Now, I think I will basically end, it's meant to be a very short address, that the core security issues in terms of food, energy and defense still remain. And that's another place where you're having a lot of the conversations today. Because food security within the G20 means we have to also address the needs of some of the other member countries, just like in case of energy, we are having to address it with, and therefore we are playing the balancing role between US interest and interest of Russia, etc. Because our priority is absolute poverty of 2%. And absolute poverty of 2% means we have to do everything within our means to continue growing. So economic growth is therefore, and a balanced economic growth is therefore the fulcrum around which we have mobilized, or our philosophy for the G20 presidency is entirely sort of demonstrated. Another small point I want to make is, 60 cities across the country, and so most of them are tier 2, tier 3. Please, in an economist way, treat it as a fiscal stimulus. It's really a soft fiscal stimulus to mobilize the architecture, the different infrastructure of these smaller towns and cities. It has done wonders for the tourism and the hospitality sector. So there is a mass movement, there is a mass, India's G20 has truly become like a celebration. So we are having a good party, and we are really hoping that the other countries, particularly from the Global South, are part of this party for the entire year. So with those, I'm happy to stop. I'm happy to take questions after this. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Please stay back on the stage. Deputy Editor Shweta Punj will do a fireside chat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi, for that very insightful account of how direct benefit transfers have transformed the economy and have worked so, have really had a trickle-down effect. Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank you for taking out the time today and coming by. It's been a busy, busy day, and considering the number of events in Delhi today, and until the G20 meet, so thank you. I'd like to begin by putting out some numbers there, just so everybody gets some context on why direct benefit transfers has been such a revolutionary thing in India. So far, 26.5 lakh crore has been transferred for central schemes, and the government has saved $27 billion in schemes. That's the number that we have from the economic survey. And this is we've come so far from the times when what was known about India was that for every 1 rupee spent, only 15 paisa would go down to the beneficiary. So it's been transformative, and many congratulations to the government for implementing something like this. I want to understand what are the next steps in this DBT story. We've spoken about women empowerment, we've spoken about direct targeting of the beneficiaries, cutting out duplication. What next?
I think you have to view the current stage of India's development and the policy philosophy around what our economic growth is going to come from. You have to view it as the 1940s in the US, after the war, the kind of push that happened from the government to basically make basic amenities available to all citizens everywhere. And the DBT, of course, becomes a welfare and a way of distributing welfare in timely fashion. But the larger issue is around the fact that when we make basic amenities available to all everywhere, and by basic amenities I mean, of course, health and education, but also light, pipe drinking water, basic nutrition, access to bank, electricity. When you make these available, basically you are laying the groundwork for a long-term sustained growth in productivity. And that is exactly what you saw in the US. After the 40s, when they did incur this kind of sort of an expense, but this was the real sustainable way to raise labor productivity and to raise the productivity of the MSME sector and the economy overall. So you should view the current stage in that form, which means the government is going to extract away, or the effort is, and you see this every budget, the renewed commitment to let go of many public sector enterprises. The government does want to. Now, it's a tricky business, but the government does want to get out of the business of doing business and more into making basic amenities available to all. And that becomes our growth mantra, and DBT is one key architecture, part of that.
All right, when we talk about government not stepping away from running businesses and doing business, that's one part of the story. I want to get a sense from you on what's been the response of the participating G20 countries. What have they said about India's DBT story? What are the lessons that they are taking away?
And this, by the way, this is not an empirical study. Most things I tell you is based on data and empirics. I'm able to tell you averages and distribution. But the G20 is very interesting because this has been hugely, it's been a learning experience for me, speaking to delegates from different countries. And I didn't realize that, our mantra of long-term growth and basic amenities, electrification, pipe drinking water. Now, on many of these counts, we still have a long way to go, but there is a very clear commitment, and it's a matter of time. The states are also competing, the center is competing with the state. So on the whole, all good. But this is not how most countries view growth. So, and here I think I can name, when I met a lot of my friends from South Africa, from Brazil. Now mind you, these are richer countries than us. They are far more affluent than us, but each of these countries have slipped as far as the sustainable development goals are concerned because of the pandemic. Right? The country where we are on our path, with a slight escalation, India, much poorer. But the fact that when you have these kind of amenities and you have the DBT architecture, the JAM, etc., you've got the core architecture, so you are far more resilient, therefore, to these kind of shocks. And hence, we have stayed on the path to attaining the sustainable development goals, including poverty. And you've seen the latest number as far as multidimensional poverties, etc. is concerned. But this is not the case everywhere. And it makes you proud, it sort of reinforces this basic philosophy, then I think we are getting things more or less right. Because what we take for granted is definitely not the case all over the world. So the richer countries have already, for them this was a 50-year-old problem. But for many of the emerging markets like South Africa, richer, Brazil, richer, they're not going about it like this. And hence, they're far more vulnerable. So in some sense, you count your blessings, but then you double down on what you believe is the right strategy for long-term growth.
Dr. Ravi, I'd like to wear your economist hat. You know, we're talking about DBT, we're talking about the revolutionary role it has played, especially in the rural economy. But currently, we are also battling inflation. We have farmers up in arms again, considering the price control measures that the government has announced. I want to get a sense from you on, how much of a concern is inflation for you? And do you see the price control measures and the proactive measures that the government is taking to bring inflation down, could it have a detrimental effect on the rural economy and pull down farming goods?
You know, food security is the key concern, and I think we are over that problem. Though distribution remains, and I think it's on account of distribution policy that we do see these kind of seasonal shocks, etc. This is not the first time. But I think this is a point I want to keep reiterating to people in general. Folks, not all inflation is bad. Certain kinds of inflation also lead to redistribution within the economy. So it's a transfer from one sector or one segment to another, and in this case it will be the producers, or it is the producers. So not all inflation should be viewed as a red flag, right? Eventually you want to look at the bundle as a whole. So that is number one. Number two, on account of the farmers' situation, the fact is that farmers' incomes are far more stable today, and a lot of that fluctuation which you used to see before is now reduced. So I think seeing less fluctuation is a good thing, right? You are assured a certain income. But, and I hate to say this, and I can only say this because I'm not a politician and an economist, this is the reason we wanted to make the farm laws go through. For 40 years, you saw economists across political spectrum basically ask for these set of, we have all been writing and we've all been measuring, and more convincingly, that you need these kind of reforms at the local level. You need markets to play at the local level. You need for farmers to avail the benefits of certain situations as well. But here we are in a place where the law didn't go through, but many states have already enacted policies which are, and therefore the impact of a lot of these shocks are not national. So this is another thing that it's important to recognize, that what you think and what you read in the newspaper is not a national phenomenon. It is limited to certain areas and very specific kinds of crops. Again, I don't want to discount the distribution policies, and therefore you are seeing some of the restrictions, etc. When the wheat restrictions were put in place, on a hindsight, everyone felt happy subsequently. But in this case, I think it is looking more inward. We don't want inflation to go for certain kinds of food beyond control, and therefore you are seeing the policies which you are writing.
Right. So, any assessment on, for how long will we see high food prices, and is there a thinking within the government that, we might see certain measures to cushion the fall of these price control measures by the government on the farmers?
I think in general, there is an aversion, at least I can tell you one part of the government, there is an aversion to price controls, because we do realize there are problems with it. It leads to distortions of other kinds. But then I also recognize that when you do have seasonality and you do have an impending shock, then the market mechanisms are such, and when the distribution policies aren't smooth entirely, then you do expect hoarding, you do expect prices to hike. So this is preempting that kind of a situation. But this is definitely stopgap. It is not a long-term solution to the problem. So you're not going to see this linger for very long.
Okay. We are in an election year, a pre-election year, and you've really analyzed state finances. Every second day we hear of a scheme that's being announced by a certain state. We see for front page ads. How much of a worry is that? How much of a worry are our state finances? And does it worry you that in a pre-election year, the centre government could also, take a leaf out of the state's playbook and announce a raft of freebies?
Well, I can tell you, if you've been observing the central government closely for the 9 years, this is a very hard-fought financial stability that we have earned, right? It has come on the back of real tightening of the belt as far as the fiscal is concerned. So I would be surprised if a populist measure which costs that stability was announced. So I think it's a very low probability event. Now, on the general concern of the culture of freebies, folks, there is nothing called a freebie, you know that. I think voters in general know that. I think as we work ourselves closer towards social security net, and that is where when you talk about Ayushman Bharat, and there is talk of expanding Ayushman Bharat. You've heard the Garib Kalyan, which is distribution of the food grains, etc. It covers 80% of the population. So when you stitch together a lot of these schemes, you do see the emergence of what is a robust social security net, which is in place here. But the optics of electoral politics is obviously something else, and you do see parties and state governments often announced policies which electorally are myopic, they are quite short-sighted, and I think this is where we have to learn from our own past mistakes. We know that in a state like Punjab, for instance, you cannot emulate policies of Delhi because Delhi is a rich state and Punjab is not. And on the back of agriculture, which has a ceiling to how much productivity gain you're going to have from agriculture, when you try and give freebies to one segment, which is farmers, at the expense of making things expensive for, let's say, manufacturers, you have seen active deindustrialization happen in Punjab. And seeing any state of the country go through deindustrialization at this phase of economic growth is hugely painful. Because eventually that's where the jobs are going to come from. You're not going to see agriculture be able to absorb how much ever agriculture, ag tech is one of our fastest growing and it's one of our most remunerative, right? It's a good growth sector. But it pales in comparison to the overall agriculture sector when you just look at basic production. There are ceiling. You cannot have job creation there, so you need industries. So in places like Punjab, when you have deindustrialization on account of the policies of the state, where you are trying to basically appease a very, entrenched group, which is politically, it's a bit of a hold-up. So that is troubling. And you do have a limit, a ceiling to the fiscal space, which means we are watching the state debt management very closely. In fact, I would suggest, I'd highly recommend that you read the report we took out from the EAC on the state of state finances and what the budgets are looking like. So the debt management is one part of it, that how much of these freebies are we really financing through debt and where are you going to be able to pay that from? So number one. Number two, the pension. I think the reversal of the pension reform is a big concern because eventually what you're saying is that money will come from development budget, by the way, which means you're going to have free bus rides but no buses or no roads, right? And if that is the kind of, that's very troubling from a long-term growth perspective. Now the pension, it was a hard-fought reform. And you are very clearly seeing in the data that when states reverse that, then the state finances do go into a bit of a tizzy. And you're basically saying money will be taken out from the larger development budget of the state and given to a well-organized 5% or less segment of the state. So that is just, it's not feasible. Beyond the point, it's just not the kind of thing we should be. And the third element of state finances, which I think very rarely is looked at, but I think one must, is administration of the state. How much is the state paying on its own running? So why is it that some states are able to manage their administration much more cost effectively while others are much, much more expensive? So those are the kind of, and you have excellent, experiments. States have managed to really rein in their administrative expenses, etc. So on the whole...
Can you give us an example?
You know,
for a best performing state and a worst performing state?
You know, in terms of administration, Gujarat and Karnataka, and lately Chhattisgarh, including now Odisha, these are states which have really managed their administration or the running of the state. How much are they paying themselves to run? They have done remarkably well, right? But you have states like West Bengal, you have Punjab, which are deeply troubling, because they are truly the gap between what is the national average and these states, and there is no long-term capital expenditure in these states, so long-term growth aayega kahan se? If you're not going to spend money in capex, it's also a predictor of the next 10 years what the situation is going to be like. So I think, you know, cooperative federalism or competitive federalism from a policy perspective is a good thing, because states are competing for investment and growth. But I think competitive electoral politics is the counterweight here. And I'm hoping we can somehow come to a common minimum program where we say, you know, these are the boundaries within which it's legit, but it's a democracy. We work in a democracy, and eventually that is the rule of the game.
I'd like to switch gears now to you know, the quality of data and data analysis, right? There was a huge debate that was going on, and you were very vociferously talking about the quality of data. What are the current issues when it comes to data collection and data analysis? Because you need good data to devise the most effective policy interventions.
You know, who would have thought that you have national newspapers and, you know, the debate in India is about sampling. I was very happy about it because it really reflects, I think, the quality of the public debate. And so debate on the whole, very good. The problem is this, that first of all, the fallacy that we have less data, it couldn't be further from the truth, right? National Family Health Survey used to be held every 10 years. Now it is held every 5 years. So we'll get to the quality, but let me just give you a sense of the quantity, how much data is getting collected in the form of surveys. The employment-unemployment rounds of the NSS used to be thick rounds which come every 5 years. Today it's every 2 years. So the frequency of a lot of these surveys have been increased. So we do have much more data today than we had, let's say, 10 years back. The quality now becomes an issue. And of course, one can say, but why are you so concerned about quality? Because, you know, for making policy or to have a real decent sense of what the state of the economy or what is the state of any sector or poverty or inflation or jobs, quality of the data is very, very important. So we are now out of the realm of kuch to data hai, nahi. Kuch to data is as bad as no data, because kuch to data also in some sense prejudices you to a lot of your own priors. Okay? So the quality of the data now becomes very, very important. And my simple point is this, that over the last 10 years, almost all the surveys that we have done have a rural bias, which means we are benchmarking ourselves to the 2011 census, right? Not even to the projections, which means almost all estimates of interest are biased towards rural. Now you know the reality of rural economy and urban economy. Urban economy, 75% of your health infrastructure is urban. A lot of your educational infrastructure is urban. A lot of infrastructure in general, urban. So there is, if you get this fundamental wrong, it's symbolic of what is at play here. Why do I care about it? Because now we are not in the realm of national policy making. India is a very big country. We are in the realm of precision policy making, not even at the state level anymore. A district in India is 2 million people, average. So it's a mammoth body. We are in the realm of precision policy at the block level. In that kind of a situation, when you don't have good quality data, your back of the envelope calculation and rough smell test, I think we have to move beyond that. And I think we have the wherewithal to move beyond that. After all, the private sector is doing it. If the private sector can mobilize, and by the way, survey data are one kind of data. There is a lot of weight in well-collected, analyzed administrative data. There is a lot of weight in market data, right? So, and a lot of it is digitized. So really it's a matter of putting together a lot of that and in a transparent way and make it available to all. Currently, we wait for years for certain reports to come out.
Right.
Nahi chalega. That's not.
So has this feedback gone to MOSPI?
Say that again.
Has this feedback gone to MOSPI?
I'm sure.
Have they given you any indication that they're taking it seriously? Will we see more work being done on ensuring that data is available in a transparent manner, in an accessible manner?
You see, governance is not a 0-1. You can't just switch on. But yes, I know there is a new committee and people are looking at it. But beyond the committee, a lot of these are public interest, right? So this is a constant pressure. And this is not, MOSPI collects data, but please remember, a lot of the ministries collect data too. So this is a larger problem. This goes beyond one ministry, and the quality is something we have to constantly keep our, the feet on the pedal. We will have to improve it to just make our policies more sensible.
You know, Dr. Ravi, you spoke about the controversy that women-led development, the term women-led development, led to in your conversations with delegates from other countries. Which were those countries that had a problem with this?
Well, we're still in the realm of negotiations. So, we are going to try our best. And frankly, that is the strategy which can ensure the outcome that we want. So right now, we're not going to out anyone because everything is open.
All right. Lastly, I want to talk to you about one statement that you made recently, that do not let evidence decide the India story and not the narrative. Can you tell us a little bit more about what does data tell us about India's quest for inclusive growth? Because that is one of the key principles of this entire G20 presidency as well.
There are many, many things, right? It depends on, first of all, this constant barrage of criticism saying this is a majoritarian government, it only caters to one segment, etc. And these are such obvious things to negate. And sometimes you just have to do it. When you look at the NFHS data, and there is a paper out, and again I would highly recommend that you take a look at it. You can look at what has happened to provisioning of, basic amenities, and I've looked at 6-7 different amenities across different segments. So you can look at it across, dice the data whichever way you want. But if you look at religious groups, so actually minorities are gaining much more. If you look at whether it's access to bank accounts, whether it's electrification, it is LPG, piped water, etc., you are seeing that it truly is an inclusive growth because you have every segment. You have the most vulnerable, so this is the bottom 20%. If you cut and dice it across religious clusters, and why do I look at clusters? Because you know that if anyone actually wants to discriminate, you know geographically that that segment is never going to vote for you. So why should the pipe run that way? Let's just short circuit. So it's possible to discriminate. Please recognize the fact that there is no discrimination and your pipes and wires and availability of cables, etc., the basic amenities are across the spectrum, is what true, that's the evidence of what inclusive growth is. So sometimes you have to showcase what most people in India, if you forget, you take off your blinkers and your political blinkers, it's true. Sometimes when you see the evidence, it just becomes a little more compelling. So that's number one. But occasionally, you have to look beyond to measures of poverty such as the multidimensional poverty. So the fact that you've had 13.5 crore people come out of multidimensional poverty within the last 5 years, again looking at NFHS data, it's a remarkable feat. Now what goes into multidimensional poverty? It's not measures of income, because income is very noisy. You're looking at actual amenities, by healthcare kitna mila, education kitna mila, what's the quality of life? And that includes housing and other things, quality of life overall. You're seeing 13.5 crore people in the last 5 years have come out of poverty. That's no mean feat. And please remember, this is in the midst of the pandemic. You've had a highly debilitating pandemic happen in the midst of it. Now, some things have also happened because of the pandemic, because it was such an emergency situation that you mobilized everything within your means to make things available, food available, cash available. Right now you have 56 ministries that are using DBT in some form or the other. And this is all rapidly scaled up, right? We have evidence showing in places like Bihar and all, that again, within 2 weeks of announcing a lockdown, people getting off the bus, getting off the train, they were getting cash in hand. Now, all of that becoming available, please remember, this is the country that globally people expected humanitarian crisis. We saw reports after report that this is where you are going to see millions die, millions, from all kinds of morbidities, etc. Hunger deaths, they were all predicted. And I think these kind of situations also, when you have your back against the wall, you saw coming together of industry and government and industry bodies, civil society, lots of NGOs, everyone pitched in, right? And the outcome is for you to see. So, reduction of poverty, availability of amenities, seeing growth recovery, economic recovery in India has been very, very resilient. And it has been unidimensional. Elsewhere, you've had several waves, but not in India. You had the COVID waves, but economy recovered very unidimensionally. It did not, so it was pretty robust. And I think it's a testament to the basic policies.
Lastly, I'd like to end on a positive note. There is a lot of optimism when it comes to India's growth estimates. We've seen a slew of agencies come out with revised estimates. Is that the optimism that's being reflected in the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council also? Are you all celebrating, or are you all looking at it very cautiously and waiting for the year to end?
Unlike politicians, the economists have a curse that we're almost always looking for the cloud, wherever there's a silver lining. We're all looking at clouds, and what are the new clouds that are likely to emerge.
Journalists are also guilty of that, so yeah.
So, well, upward revision of growth is not surprising. But important to note that we have grown at these levels in the past, and you have often heard people say, what's the big deal? We have grown at 6.5%, 7%. So, aaj kya? What is so new now? We have never grown at such levels in the midst of such low growth globally. So please know that around the financial crisis after that, when you saw the resurgence, it was a global resurgence. So in the past, when India has seen this kind of growth, that has also been on the back of global economy growing at very robust levels. Today you are seeing this kind of a growth in a context where globally, you're having recession, one country after the other in Europe, etc., announced recession. So there is all the more reason, and optimism, I think, is an account of many things. The youth, look at ISRO, is great. There are many things aligning. You have kids winning chess championships. This is the best time to be here. So there's no reason but to celebrate and be optimistic and continue the good work.
All right, thank you so much. Very quickly, I just want to get one audience question in. Santosh?
Dr. Ravi, since you spoke about narratives a short while ago, so I just wanted to get your take on the latest Moody's report. When they reaffirmed ratings for India, there was this commentary about, they brought in extraneous factors like Manipur and so on and so forth. How would you view that?
I think old habits die hard, and I think this is where, and I'm not trying to proselytize you as an economist. I'm not saying you should think the way we do. Everyone has a right to think. But I think data has great power. And even when we look at crime, we look at riots, look at the long-term data in this country. India used to have more than 1 lakh riots a year. And by the way, the definition of riot has not changed. That's why it's a good variable to look at. Riot is any episode which involves more than 5 people in a violent episode for a common purpose. And it is registered in a police station. That's why the data exists. So if you look at NCRB data, what do you find? That this is a country, up until the 90s, you had more than 1 lakh riots every year. The reality, it is down to 40,000 and falling. Now, of course, we live in a day and age of social media. So if there is one episode here, and I'm not saying Manipur is an isolated episode, Manipur is a structural problem. And I think there is a recognition of that. I'll keep the politics aside. But there are issues to land rights. Do you know in the Northeast, we have never done a survey of land? Please recognize that these are long-term problems that one is trying to solve in a sustainable way. It's not a stopgap. Army bhej diya. That's not going to solve your problem. It never has in the past. So when you're looking for these long-term solutions, this will take time because you're looking for something sustainable. But the kind of narrative that you see in the Western, and by the way, this is the first time I'm even talking about it. I used to think there's nothing called the Western press. There is good press and there is bad press. But over time, we know that this is being bankrolled. And I urge you to read the article that I wrote on narratives and how money is being spent to spin narratives. And you saw the New York Times latest expose on media. And I must say, for you guys, this is a very difficult time because your credibility is at an all-time low. And I mean as a community. So you have to, therefore, I think the best bet is take support in data because that is relatively more objective. Otherwise, it's your voice versus his voice. One anecdote against another anecdote. Whom do you believe? And trust, in many ways, is difficult to build. So I think taking recourse to data, as you'll see the revisions happen in terms of, it's only a starting. You will wait and see. Many more will come around. Now, when you mention Manipur, when you mention Haryana, that's a political call, I think. Right? But the long-term trends are all showing that, it's a great time. It's a great time for India, and I wish you all the best, and every shoulder to the wheel. Each of you is contributing in your own way. So, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi and Shweta, for that wonderful, amazing discussion. Thank you very much. Direct benefit transfer is one of the key architecture of India's growth mantra. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of Money Control Policy Next, India's G20 Presidency. Associate partners, Reliance Industries, IBM and Lufthansa. I would like to thank all the speakers and guests for their valuable time and contribution for making this event a grand success. I would like to thank all of you, the wonderful audience, for being a part of this. Hope you have enjoyed all the very insightful discussions. See you all at the next Money Control Policy event. Have a great evening. Thank you.